Are we live? We are live. What's up, guys? I'm very excited about this stream today. We're going to talk about a vision board. Why is it important to make a vision board? If you want to build your wealth, it is a very important step. Give me a second. I'm still making adjustments when it comes to these streams, but we are going to talk about a lot of things coming up after the traditional intro.
Hey, yeah. It's all about wealth engineering. Might be something that you're not used to. It's okay, cause I'm here to introduce you to concepts. Time to grow and make big moves. All about crypto, come see. Stocks and business, yes indeed. Got the info that you need. Hosted by my homie JC. Hey, yeah. Wealth engineering. Stacking and stacking it up. It's time to generate wealth. Till you living like Scrooge McDuck. Hey, wealth engineering. It's time to show you the game. Till you living like Richie Rich. Till you ballin' like Bruce Wayne. Hey, you ain't gotta be an expert, no problem. It don't really matter where you at, just start it. It'll take time, hard work, and
What's up, guys? This is JC, and welcome to the Wealth Engineering Podcast. If you're new here, my name is JC, and I love creating content to motivate millennials and Generational Z on how to increase their net worth, retire early, and build generational wealth. In today's video, we're going to do a lot of talking. We're going to talk about I think it's an essential part of building wealth. We're gonna get into that, but how do we build wealth, guys? To keep it simple, we invest in either stocks, cryptocurrencies, business, or real estate, right? These are the vehicle that we use to multiply and keep our wealth. All right. So if this is something that interests you, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and click the bell. And as you guys know, I love interacting with the chat. So if I thank you for everyone who's already here and keeping it real. Let's see on the chat how you guys doing. Gabriel, thank you for coming here. Peace to all. Absolutely. And need watches, absolutely. Hey, we'll stay in contact. We'll get in there. Hey, how you guys doing? Now, I think it's a very important point that we're gonna talk about today. How to do a vision board. All right. We're going to talk about a vision board. I think this stream is going to be divided in two parts. The first part, I'll just be going on my monologue on all the points I want to make sure I cover. And when it comes to vision board, why is it important? Some examples where we can take inspiration from, why is it included, and all that. And then the second part, I'll actually be designing my own vision board with you guys on the chat, and then it will be kind of fun. It will be fun to interact with each other. You guys can make fun of my crazy ideas, but I think it's a very, very good example of actually building it live. And I would encourage you guys to do it with me as you're listening to it. Right? You can implement your own stuff, and if you want, we could even invite you on the panel so that we can talk about that later. All right. So two parts to this stream today. First part, we'll be talking about vision boards in general, what to include and all that. And the second part, we'll be actually designing the vision board ourselves. So I'll try to keep that within, within 2 hours ish. And we'll see how it goes from there. But before we get there, I want to give a shout out to all my new subscribers. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. And also, thank you for watching my videos, interacting in the comment section, clicking the like. All these really helped engage the algorithm. And we need that to increase the community, to improve the community. Also, yeah, the more people we have working on the wealth, I actually believe the better it is for any type of community, wherever you are. You will have the fun to actually improve things and influence things you want to see change, right? So this is why this is important, to increase your net worth, build generational wealth, and engineer your wealth in general. All right. So I really wanted to say thank you again for everyone who subscribe and act. And again, thank you for everyone in the chat. Cash flow, how are you doing? Yes, we're going to talk about the vision boards today, and I hope you're ready to work on yours if you haven't done so already. And also, very quick thing I wanted to mention. We're talking about housekeeping stuff. Housekeeping stuff. I have NFT. So there is an NFT. The music you heard from the intro is actually into an NFT. And if you buy this NFT, you unlock special perks when it comes to my online store. or like my technical investor course, it will give you some perks. I'm actually switching to a Patreon in a couple days from now. So if you have this NFT, you can have access to certain things that most people will not be able to have. All right. So keep that in mind. And if you are one of the first 10 holders, you will get it at an extremely low price. So make sure you check it out. I'll leave the link in the descriptions so you could check it out. A couple things I wanted to say is yes, this stream is also being funded by Wealth Engineering, which is my own company. I founded Wealth Engineering, which is an online school to help educate people on how to generate wealth, all the information they need on start building their portfolio for generational wealth. All right. And like I said, we utilize many types of market to keep and multiplying that. So if this is something that interests you, make sure you check out Technical Investor course. And if you do buy the course before December 31st at 11:59 p.m., you will have access to all the channel in my Discord for a lifetime. All right. So make sure you keep that in mind. And in the Discord, this is where we share private information. Like not private. I'm talking about we share like exclusive information and also information that could give you a leg before the masses make the move. You're already there in your investments, and that's how you really multiply the gains. So we do that for long-term and short-term investments, and the Discord is really where it's at. Now, if not, it's okay. You can also join the free Discord as well, open to all members. So you can we can have a conversational general chat about anything wealth related. So make sure you check it out. All right, guys. So that's it for the housekeeping stuff. Now let's get into the topic. So again, please share this stream because we need more people to start thinking about that. It's a subject that is like you see a lot of videos online about people telling you how to get rich quick, how to make $1,000 in a day and all that, how to make drop shipping and all that. And these kind of like are like the clickbait title, right? To make you engaged, to make you interested. But they're not telling you is all the time it took them to really get to that point, and also the slow and step-by-step process to actually achieve these things in one day. If you actually make $1,000 in one day or $10,000 in one day, that's true. In one day, you actually made that, but it doesn't mean that it didn't take you years to get to that point, right? These are years of effort, dedication, trial, and errors until you get to that point, right? Now, the reason why vision board is important is first, vision board gives you a clear representation of where you want to be. And I actually believe that it's something that motivates you when you're down because business is very hard. 9 out of 10 business fails. If you have something that can keep you ahead, that can motivate you, that you can take a source of inspiration deep within you, then that's going to fuel your energy to keep at it when most people would quit and increase your chance of success. All right. Because the part business is when you fail in business, it's not really a failure. It's just like basically you're just learning, right? You're just learning how not to do something, right? You're just learning through the process. And if you stop, then at that point it becomes a process because you're not applying what you learn. But if you're applying what you learn and you keep trying, therefore you will actually be successful at some point. I told you myself, I tried 13 different business. Wealth engineering is my 14th business, and it's the only business that I think I made more than $2,000 in this business, right? So that's it. That's the if I stop after the fifth failure, I would never get to that point. And now I'm hopeful to a point where I can actually generate a business, not necessarily wealth engineering, but what I'm learning from that business, I could apply it to anything else and generate maybe $5,000 a month, right? Maybe $10,000 a month. Who knows? The future will tell. And that future, we're going to put it on a visual board. All right, guys. So let's get into it. Um, so in one of the fundamental things, right, when it comes to engineering, is to take your ideas and then you put it into a plan, a piece of paper, a computer, but it's definitely something outside of your mind, which is the idea, and into the reality, whether we call it the computer virtual reality or whether we call it the piece of paper, the real, the physical reality, right? So these whenever you see something, whether it's just this cup that I'm holding, whether it's just a key, a remote, anything that is in the physical came from another realm, and that realm was in your mind, was the ideation phase, right? Every engineer knows exactly what I'm talking about. Before you create this camera that I'm recording, or the computer that I'm recording, or that light bulb, it was a design, it was an idea, then it became a design, then it became a plan, then it became physical, and you had to put the work into it, try it out with different things and fail different things until you make it successful. Then it became successful and everyone has it, right? So that's the process. And when it comes to your wealth, when it comes to engineering your wealth, it is the same thing. And that is one thing that many people are not doing. They're going out there, they're trying their business. They're mm, can get let me know in the chat if you can still see me, because seems that my camera just turned off. Let me know in the chat if you can still hear me. One, give me a one in the chat if you can still hear me, or if you can still see me. I think it should be okay now. But I'll assume it's okay until I hear someone else mention. Okay, good, perfect. All right. So as I was saying, guys, um, the perfect. No worries. I got you. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Cash Flow. All right, all right. So, guys, same thing when it comes to engineering, guys. When you engineering your wealth, you gotta think of it like an engineer. You have to think about it as all. Don't cheat the process. Don't cheat the game. All right. Don't cheat the game. It's the idea. You have to put it into reality, whether it's a piece of paper, whether it's on a virtual computer, but outside of your mind into something physical. Then from that physical, you see it, and then you challenge your mind to focus on what you're seeing to achieve it. Right? That's basically what an engineer does, guys. When I was making circuit boards, I had a brief idea of how to do it. But if I never actually took action into putting my what I think about into a design software, for example, then it will never be done. So what I would do is, that's why we have design software, a tool that allows you to conceptualize the idea that you have and put it into reality and actually run simulation to see if it's going to work, right? So it's the same thing. But the vision board does not have to be this complex, right? But it's the first step of design. What my point is, when we skip the whole process, all of a sudden you're working a 9 to 5, and then you see a video that tells you, "Hey, make $1,000 per day," right? You, oh, right, let's do it. Where is your plan? Where is your vision? Right? When it fails, what are you going to do to keep at it? To keep going at it? If and that's where most people try and they fail and they give up. They don't continue it back again. But if you just put your vision exactly how you want to have it, right, and then you know where exactly where you want to go, and then you know exactly where you are right now. As you're making the steps, you can make all your decisions, which is small steps that's going to lead to achieve that big vision. But it's very easy for you to forget that idea. That idea may be strong today, 2 days from now, it may be weak, and you may never think about it again, right? Maybe after your first failure, you're going to be suffering so much pain that you're not going to think positively about this idea anymore. So now the first reflex is going to be, oh my God, I don't want to do this anymore because I failed in it and it was bad. And therefore, you're not associating that vision with a positive feelings, right? Therefore, you're not going to achieve it. Simple as that. Versus if you actually had put everything that inspired you into a piece of paper, then you try doing it one way, it fails, and then you happen to see your design or your vision board. Well, you would say, hey, you know what? maybe that way failed, but I still want that. I still want that way, that idea that I had, that I put it in a piece of paper. I still want it. So what other ways can I achieve it? What other ways can I do? And the minute you unlock your mind to start thinking that way, you will find a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. And one of the way to nurture your will is by inspiring it with positive image that really drives you and bring the best out of you despite how painful your experience may be in the present. All right, so this is why it is important to have a vision board, and this is why I strongly recommend it, and why also I wanted to dedicate an entire stream on this topic. Because yes, of course, there is many of courses out there that tells you how to get rich quick, all that, but how many people are actually talking about the design phase, thinking about the vision board, studying successful people? Many successful people have vision boards. Shout out to Valuetainment, Patrick Bet David. It's a huge channel on YouTube. It's a channel I've been following for a very long time. He just released a video of a $25 million home that he built. And then he was having a tour, like a 10-minute video tour on what the house includes. The house has everything he loves, and he has pictures and artists making custom design for him all over the house. And all of these things are actually motivating him. But it before some of these drawings were done like years in advance, right? And so before you, that already tells you this guy was already visioning his house years in advance that he built it, right? And that could be a drive for him to keep going, because he's I don't think he's a billionaire, but he's definitely a millionaire, and he has an insurance business. So right, a very competitive field, very small business relative to his competitor. So he needs the drive to keep at it and keep going, right? And that's where the vision can help him. If you remember, why am I doing all this? I'm doing all this so that I can build the house of my dream. I can have my family enjoy the house wherever they are. I'm doing that for my parents. I'm doing that for my kids. I'm doing that for me, right? Therefore, that's going to push him. But that idea could have been something he had as a kid and never think about it anymore. But if he puts it in a drawing and sees that every day he comes to work, right? Then when it's sad, when it's hard, he's looking at that drawing, let me get back up to work, right? Again, it's a very it's it's a very important step. Let me give you a couple shout out to the chat. Let's see what's going on here. Natasha Vincent, how are you doing today? Hello, Wealth Engineerings. I'm here for vision board tips. I post mine in my office last Friday. Absolutely, thank you very much. And if you want, I'm going to, as I said earlier, this stream is going to be divided in two parts. The first part, I'm going to talk about vision board in general, and the second part, we're actually going to include. I'm going to design my own vision board in front of you guys and share it with you guys, and we'll talk about crazy ideas and tips and tricks and all that. But you're welcome to join later if you want to, and maybe share your own tips on what you included in your vision boards and why you include them if you want to. All right. So shout out to you for that. Peter Investor M, salute to you. Salute to you. Gabriel, thank you very much. Oh man, what a guy. Cash flow hunter, my vision board, how to combat tax. Look, that's a great comment right here. But here's one thing that you want to include in your vision board. You don't want to have any feelings of struggle. You want to have visions of possibility, and like not just vision of something that um really motivate you. For example, right? Let's say your goal was fighting taxes, or let's say legally reduce your taxes. That was your goal. But your vision could be, if you achieve that goal, which is reducing your taxes, that would allow you to have the house of your dream, or lending, or not needing to work anymore, or something like that, right? So in that case, you would focusing on that aspect, the bigger vision. It's the same thing for an engineer. An engineer starts with the big picture, and then you put the big picture there. Then you have to focusing on what are the smaller goals I need to achieve to complete that big picture. Same thing. If you want to do a bridge, right? As an engineer, we have. I don't. I'm not wearing my engineering ring today, but we in Canada, if you graduate as an engineer, you get something called an iron ring, and it's a symbolize. It's symbolize integrity and making sure that when you're signing that paper, your name on that paper, that you're doing it with the best of your ability and integrity. It comes from an accident that happened where a bridge that was in iron fell and people die from it. And they use that as a way to educate all the new engineers that, hey, when you're doing something, you better make sure that you have to be your level of integrity is very high, and you're designing something that other people will rely on and their life will depend on it. Okay. So based on that, right, you need to understand, well, no matter how much money is involved with your project, you have to prioritize integrity and life of other people's. It's bigger than you. Okay. So I'm not wearing that. But as an engineer, right, they will draw that bridge, iron bridge. Then the other things they would do, they would try to run simulation to see when the wind blows, is the bridge going to stand up, if there is an earthquake, can it survive, and all that. But the first thing that had to happen is they had to picture how they're going to design that bridge. And then they, if they were doing a vision board, they would probably design their bridge and also seeing people laughing on the bridge, driving and laughing. That might be a source of motivation for the engineer to feel proud of their work, to feel to make sure that that bridge is safe for his family and other people's family, right? So that would be what would be included in that person vision board, right? If you want to have your vision board, I wouldn't say any word that says combat, right? Combat, it inside, like the first thing when you think about combat, it's fighting, right? Struggle, pain, right? That's not the level that we want to operate in. We want to operate in a higher level, hope, happiness, right? That's the level we want to resonate at, because it's already hard enough. We're going, just getting to that level, we're going to have to go through many struggles. So we need a higher source of inspiration to get to it, right? And if it's already hard and then you're thinking of it, that how hard it is, and you're thinking of the fighting, it's just not helping you. Shout out to you, Melika. Shout out to you. How are you doing? Thank you for being here and supporting the channel. And please make sure you hit the like button and go from there. Now, I'm going to give you guys now there's this talk about law of attraction, the secret, right? Anything you can think of will become reality, right? So before I tackle that, what do you guys think of that? Let me know in the chat. Do you guys believe in the law of attraction or do you don't? And before I give you my opinion, I wanted to share something to show you the difference between law of attraction and law and a different law. All right, we're gonna get into that, but let me know in the comments, what do you guys think? Do you believe in the law of action? Sorry, the law of attraction. Is this something? Is there such thing as you think about it, you put your mind into it, and therefore that's the only thing that makes it a reality, or you attract that in your life? Let's say you were a woman that wanted a certain type of man. Is it easy to just think about which type of man you want and all of a sudden that man approach you and open the doors for you and all that? Is it that simple? Yes or no? Let me know on the chat. And I'm going to share with you guys a video to show you an example of what I'm saying. All right, so give me a second, let me share this. All right, and let's see. I'm going to read the comments there, but keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. All right, guys. So I'm going to play this video and I'm going to react on it. And I think that's going to be a perfect example of the law of attraction. All right, and how to make it work. Okay. Now, for those who don't know, Jake Paul is a YouTuber. He used to be a YouTuber, very successful on YouTube, and then now he's transitioning to box. And lately, especially this year, 2021, he has I think 4 fights, and all of these 4 fights were sold out, very successful, and he finished them in spectacular fashion. All right. So his latest fight was with someone called Tyron Woodley, who was a five-time UFC champion. Now, UFC is not box, but there is box in it, right? It's UFC is all type of martial arts mixed together, but whereas box is simply, box punching with your hands. But they had a fight, right? Sold out event, and then Jake Paul won, and then Jake Paul won in a spectacular knockout. All right. Now, actually, let me try to show you. Let me try to show you the knockout because it's so quick that technically I can literally show it to you guys and not have a copyright strike on it because it wouldn't be too long. But I think for those who didn't see it, for those who don't follow it, the reason why I really want to show it to you because like it's part of what we're gonna talk about today. The action of actually making it happen into reality, and then the vision, right? Thinking about it, and then and achieving it. So give me a second. Let's see. Jake Paul, and the other guy was named Tyron Woodley. And let's see. I'm trying to find like a video that's very quick, like a 2-second knockout. Give me a second, guys. It won't be long, but let's see how the chat is doing. Let's see how the chat. There you go. Okay, so Snuggles, how are you guys doing? You here? And again, Peter M, if you're still here, I see. Think about being proactive and implement those thoughts. Yes, absolutely. Let's see what Gabriel is saying. Law of attraction never worked for me. Anytime I wanted something, I worked my way towards it, and I got it. I wanted to get to that point because for some reason, it does works for me, and for some reason, it does not. And I'll tell you exactly what I've learned from the part that it didn't work for me. All right. So I found a knockout for you guys. Let me make sure. Oh man, it was a brutal knockout. All right, guys. So let's see how it is. Turn the sound on. Now, check this out, guys. Let me turn my sound off.
Has been for him. Oh, and you know what he did? He looked to the body like he was going to throw something there, and then he came with the overhand right. So he looked down as if he was going to throw a jab or a right hand to the body. See him look down, and he feinted with the jab and came with the right hand. So there was nuance to what he did. It was.
All right, guys. So that's what I wanted to show you. Notice how he fell, right? Notice how Tyron Woodley, the guys and the black guy, notice how he fell. Okay. Now that's why I wanted to show you guys in case you haven't seen this knockout last week. That happened like last week. All right. Now we're going to react to Jake Paul's comment on the feedback on that fight. And don't worry, we're gonna get into the comments after too, because I think you brought a very good point, Gabriel. We're going to dive deep into that. Now I want you to hear Jake Paul describing what happened prior to the fight. All right, let's listen.
I swear to God, on my mom's life, she's here. Leading up to the fight, I was envisioning manifesting the knockout, and I saw the knockout. And in my head, the vision was him falling forward in slow motion, flat on his face. And I saw it in my head, and I just was manifesting it every single time that I would meditate. And that's what happened. And it was December 18th was a full.
All right. So he's going to go a little bit in astrology, and we don't need to go all that. But did you hear it? Let me look at you in the eyes as I say this. Did you hear it? In his mind, he envisioned the knockout. but it wasn't broad. He didn't say, I want to knock out and visualize just a random knockout. If he exactly vision how Tyron would fall, right? That means he's being specific. First, he's thinking of the guy. He's probably thinking of exactly what clothing he was going to wear. He's thinking of the crowd, listening to the crowd, and then he's probably imagining the crowd reaction, and then I don't know exactly if he actually envisioned the punch, but what he did envision, he envisioned Tyron Woodley falling exactly flat on his face. Boom. Now, for him, it's a bit easier to do that because he has done it before. So it's easy to remember and feel exactly what he was going through in the past and try to replicate that in his vision, and then putting a different face into it. And he did that prior to leading the fight. And he said he swore it on his mom's life. His mom was right next to him in that day, right? He swore it, and that's exactly what happened. That's why I wanted to show you the KO, the knockout, and I wanted to show you exactly what he said. What can we learn from that? And we're gonna go back. Before I tackle it, I want to read more comments about this. No worries. Snuggles, if you believe in magnetism, which is actually something that is scientific, if you look at how energy works in physics and what exactly is the human body, it is moved by electricity. Yes, okay, fair comment. So logically, what would you think? No worries, I'm gonna get into that. Uh, let's see, cash flow. Yes, I believe in it, but it takes times. Absolutely. Great point. We're going to do that, and I'm going to do that when we do our vision board. We're going to talk about time. All right. Especially. Oh, man. Cash flow and taxes, eh? Jesus, God. Love attract. Yes, no worries. And give me a second. Think about the start, but being proactive and implementing, bringing it to reality, those thoughts is the other half of the equation. Very good comment, Peter Investor. Very good comment. And that's exactly my point with Jake Paul. Jake Paul gave 10-day notice to Tyron Woodley that this fight was going to happen. Okay? He didn't know he was going to fight Tyron Woodley until 10 days before it happens. And same thing with Tyron Woodley. They both didn't really know. Actually, Tyron Woodley say he kind of assumed that was going to happen, but Jake Paul didn't even assume it. Now, for him to starting envision that prior to the fight, that's basically 10 days prior to the fight. But the reason why in this scenario we can assume that the law of attraction actually worked, it's because of the work that Jake Paul put in prior to the fight. Prior to envision that, and also after he envisioned that, and throughout the whole process of envisioning that. It's all the work that he put in, right? So yes, the law of attraction can be something strong, can be something that you say there is a magnetism to it. You can say that you believe it or not, but there is no law of attraction without the law of action. If Jake Paul did not put the work, did not work for the entire year in learning skills, there is no way a YouTuber would have beaten a 5-time UFC champion, right? 5-time UFC champion. That's a guy who spent the entire career. He's 40 years old. He spent his entire career learning how to beat people, how to knock people out. And he has a strong knockout power, Tyron Woodley. For a guy who's only 22-year-old, only has 5 professional fights to do something like that, right? So if he didn't put the work, there is no way that would have happened. Now, you could say, even if it did not envision it, he would have still won. That's true. And what does that tell you? The law of action is more powerful than the law of attraction. However, I think it can increase your odds of success if you have 2 laws working for you instead of just one: the law of action and the law of attraction. And I'll give you a perfect example. Tyron Woodley and Jake Paul, they fought before. The first time they fought, it was a knockout like that. Actually, Jake Paul got punched pretty strong and he almost got knocked out. He won the fight by decision, right? Because he was more skilled as a boxer. He showed more skills as a boxer, but he could have gone to Tyron Woodley, and Tyron Woodley thought he won that fight. So, right? That was purely the law of action working in his favor. He put the work, he focused only on boxing as opposed to focusing in multiple areas in multiple areas in fighting, and that gave him kind of like his muscle memory is more tuned for the speed and agility of boxing as opposed to Tyron Woodley, whose muscle memory is more tuned for lifting people and wrestling and knockout power at the same time, right? So if the more focused you are, the more potent you are. So that's another law of action. But you saw the difference between him working on it the first time, winning by decision, versus the second time, envisioning exactly how it happens and then make it happen. Because when you start envisioning it, everything in your body are kind of like following the mind. The mind is the command center. If the mind is focusing only on making that vision happen, whether your eyes are open or closed, your muscles, your actions, your thoughts, all that are focusing on making the action, the idea into your reality, exactly how you see it. And that's the power of combining the law of action with the law of attraction. So, do I believe in the law of attraction? I have actually run some experience myself in my life because I'm a guy who kind of like listening to ideas that are like out there a little bit, but instead of judging them right away, I actually try them. And as I said before, for me, law of attraction has worked for me in some cases, and it has not worked for me in some cases. And the difference was the work. The difference was the work that I put in, and also the difference was the time that I put in. If I don't put enough time, it doesn't work. If I don't put enough work into it, it doesn't work. Simple as that. It does not mean every time that I put the work and the time that I get it to work. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. But it definitely increases a lot. And it's a great feeling when you're actually doing something and then it happens exactly as you envision it. All right. Shout out to you, Major Change Group. Hi there, Welton Sharing and chat. Yes, I hope everyone had a great Christmas. I hope everyone had a great Christmas as well. And shout out to you, Tasha, great YouTube content creator. And make sure you subscribe to her channel. We had a great collab together. So shout out to you for coming here and supporting. All right, guys, make sure you also hit the like button, guys. Make sure you hit the like button. So I hope that was a good example of basically the vision board, visioning. That's not a great example of a vision board, but that's a great example of visualization, right? And a vision board is simply a tool to reinforce the power of visualization. And it's actually something not to take for like it's actually something you should look into. I'll give you an example. There are race drivers. We're talking about fast speed, right? Cars going 300 kilometers an hour, Formula One, and all that. We're talking about the Schumacher, that British mixed guy. I forgot his name. Hamilton, right? Lewis Hamilton. My best friend loves this guy. My best friend also is very passionate with cars, with driving and racing, right? Race drivers. So one thing that they do, guys, to train, to practice, is they rely on the power of visualization. They go through a circuit and they have to go through that circuit 100 times, right? So what they do when they're not in the car is they're actually closing their eyes and they're visualizing going through that circuit and doing exactly which action they were doing. And for them, it's a form of meditation, but it's also a form of training. It's a form of conditioning the mind and having your muscles reacting to what you're visualizing so that you can achieve what you want to achieve. And if it's a visualization, you might say, hey, I want the car to be exactly here at the exact same time. Now, should something happen, sometimes something happen and then your reflex take over and somehow your reflex gets you out of a certain situation. That happens to me all the time. The last time I can remember that happened while I was driving. But these reflex, you don't even think, they're kind of like instinct. And when you do a lot of visualization work, it's kind of like you're working not on the conscious mind, you're working on the subconscious mind. And when you're programming your subconscious mind, it becomes instinct. Your mind, your body is tuned to achieve what you're doing because you have it on an instinct level. And if you get to that level to engineer your wealth, you're definitely increasing your odds of success. Why? Because let's be real, guys. Let's be real. It is not an easy game. It is a simple game. It doesn't mean it's easy. Because if it was, we would not, like, more than 1% would be successful. More than 10% would be successful. But there is a huge difference between 90% of the population versus 10% of them. A lot of that has to do with financial education, right? But it's not just the education part that matters, it's also the action. If you know something and you don't apply it, then it's not worth anything, right? It's not about knowledge is not power. That's a lie. Whoever tells you that, it's a lie. Apply knowledge is power. If you don't apply the knowledge what you know, what good is it at? What good is it for, right? What good is it for? Is it just in your head that you think about it and you don't apply it and make it a reality, right? Shout out to you, Jill Chocolate Boutique. Hello, Wealth Engineering chat supporting. Thank you very much for your support. Peter Investor M, how are you doing? What is the difference between power of persuasion and law of attraction? Two different things, for sure. Persuasion is basically being good at sales. Selling. Great salespeople are people that are great at persuading people to do something, influence something, right? Law of attraction is kind of like it's almost like beyond that persuasion level, because on the persuasion level you're talking to someone and it's basically just your pure skills that has to being applying out there. The law of attraction is you have your skills involved, but it seems somehow that it kind of like the stars are aligned in your favor, right? It's kind of like the odds are aligned in your favor. There's a certain element of random into it. One of the practice I used to do all the time is whenever I leave my house and I wanted to go to the subway. We have subways in Montreal to go to school, right? I wanted to go to school, so I take the subway, but I don't want to drive my car all the way to school. So I drive my car to the subway station and I take the subway to school. Now, it's very hard to get a parking lot at a certain time, at a certain time, right? It's very hard because everyone wakes up at 6, 7. So me, I'm lazy. I wake up at 8:39. So by the time I get there, like, there's no more parking. Somehow, I literally did the work for like a whole semester. And toward the end of the semester, I would wake up at the same time and I would imagine one specific spot that I wanted. I'm saying, I want to park my car to this spot. And somehow I'm driving, and then all of a sudden I see this guy, this guy walking towards the car. I'm like, is he going to the spot I want? And and I see him, right? And he's going, and then all of a sudden he leaves, and then I get my parking right away. But the random aspect of it is I'm just driving. There was a high likely chance that I wouldn't see this guy walking towards that car, right? But somehow, because I was so mind focusing on that specific spot, it seems that my eyes, my instinct, everything was aligning with that specific spot. And that's why if someone is moving towards the car, I'm more aware are more designed to get ready to see what's going on versus looking at the entire parking lot and just looking for a random spot to park on, right? So again, that's where the advantage is, and that's where the difference is. It's still your skills, it's still your time, but there is an element of randomness into it as well that is beyond your power, that somehow it just feels like the stars are aligned and that's just your lucky day, right? But that's what I would say. That's what I would say is the power of persuasion versus visualization. How are you doing, Raymond Savadogo? How are you doing? Very much. I think we've been talking on Discord. Good to see you, my good to see you, my man who doesn't sleep even at 3 a.m. Yes, yes. I I like to stay late at night. It's more I get my work done. Does the imagination play a part in law of attraction? Absolutely, absolutely. Now you might say, for if you're creative, it's very easy for you to start imagining things and then use those things to create a vision board. And again, we're going to get to that vision board very soon. But if you're not creative, and a lot of engineers are not creative, right? So what you can do is you could start taking inspiration from physical things that are existing already that might resemble what you're trying to achieve, right? And that would be another way to fight um, your lack of imagination. But absolutely, you need to, if you want to visualize something, the more accurate you can be, the more specific you can be, the better it is. All right. So when you're doing your vision board, it's actually, when you do your vision board, you have to be both broad and specific. It's a weird thing. We're going to make a vision board, and you're going to see exactly what I'm saying when it comes to specific and broad at the same time. For example, Jake Paul was specific in how he wanted Tyron Woodley to fall and lose the fight, getting knocked out. He was specific that he wanted a knockout, not by decision, not at the end of the 8 rounds. He wanted a knockout, right? He didn't specify which round that he wanted this knockout out, right? So he was both specific and broad. Also, um, he didn't just want a knockout. He visualized exactly how the knockout was going to happen. So exactly falling like timber, like a tree, timber. Is exactly how. Which is so. There is many different way to fall when you get punched. For him to be that specific is, he had to imagine it. It was very specific, but at the same time, he didn't specify which how he was going to punch him. He didn't specify which round, right? You have to allow, I don't want to say the universe to work, but you have to allow, different method, because you don't know what you don't know. All right. You don't know what you don't know. And you know what you want, but you don't know how it's going to happen. You might have an idea how's one way to achieve that, but it doesn't mean that's the only way. And that is very important when you're making your vision board. That is very important when you're making your visualization of how you want your life to be. It doesn't mean your way is the only way. And if you are too specific, it's not going to work. Shout out to Gabriel that was talking about why law of attraction doesn't work. That could be one of the reason. That could be one of the reason. If you are too specific, you're not allowing, because what if you think that's the way to do it and that's actually not the way to do it? That's actually going to lead you to failure. And if you're solely focusing on that single way of doing it, it won't work because mathematically it's not supposed to, right? But you don't know that, right? Especially if you haven't done it before. So that's the other thing to keep in mind. All right. So I hope that answers your question, Jill. Thank you for your comment. What's up, Getty? How are you doing? Thank you for coming here. In Get Frère, Big Time Drums. Hey, how are you doing? How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Hey, thank you very much, Aaron. Keep keeping them honest. Get the likes up. My Wealth Engineers. Sim Sia, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. Every boxer won a knockout in a boxing match. They want to, but how many of them achieve it? Right? How many of them actually achieve it? How many of them visualize it? How many of them visualize it? Now, this guy was so bold. Jake Paul was so bold that he actually gave a Rolex to Tyron Woodley. And he told him, the reason why I'm giving you this Rolex is because it's time to knock you out. And he told that straight in his face. The confidence of pulling a move like that, you have to have putting the work, but also you have to feel confident that what you visualize is going to happen, right? So of course every boxers wants a knockout, but that doesn't mean every boxers will have the knockout. It doesn't mean every boxers will put the work to have the knockout, and it doesn't. And it's and that is the difference between the high achievers, between the average. A lot of very successful people use visualization. A lot of them. I think it includes. As I said, the law of action is more powerful than the law of attraction. However, why not increase your odds in your favor, right? Two laws working in your favor is better than one. So with that said, shout out to you, Jill. Thank you, Wealth Engineering, for answering the question. No worries, no worries. I'm here. Yeah, I can't say how it happens. I can't say how it is going to happen. Great point. Absolutely, yes. Again, sometimes you might think that one way is the way to make it work. Next year or the year after, you realize, oh man, I actually found another way. Right now, the minute you become too specific, you limit the possibilities of finding other ways to make it happen. So that's another thing. All right, guys, we're gonna get. Let me see. But he knew it would knock him out because he was a last minute call for Woodley. It was a last minute call for Tyron Woodley as well. He was getting ready for another boxer, right? Tommy Fury. I think he's British, just like you, Aaron B. are you are you cheese, my friend? Were you cheering for Tommy Fury, your British guy? And are you hating on Jake Paul, my friend? Look, I'm not here to support Jake Paul. I actually going to make a video about that. Maybe I'm supporting him in some ways, but I'm using this as an example to show you a point. Visualizing, but not just visualizing, putting the work, guys. Putting the work is more important than visualizing, but it's odd that it's so rare to knock out anyone in boxing, let alone knocking out someone and making them fall exactly the way you visualize it. And then it's just odd that that's how you visualize it and that's how it happened. Just odd. All right. Now, with that said, guys, I'm going to start sharing my screen and we're going to start the second phase of the stream right here. If you guys want to join me, I'm going to leave the link on the chat. Let me see, so you guys can join me, and maybe you can share with me what you would include in your own vision board. What motivates you? Remember, guys, as I said, the vision board is just the first part of designing. It's kind of like a design from an engineer has a specific plan, right? It's like, okay, I want to design this bridge. I'm going to use this metal. I'm going to solder it exactly like this. I'm going to put this paint, right? That's the end of the design phase. But the beginning of the design phase, you might have a draft. You might have all the bridge that you want to do, right? You're just putting ideas on a board, and then you slowly, like later, you trying to find the similarities in all of these, or what you like, what you don't like in certain ideas, and filter them, right? That's where the vision board comes in. It's kind of like putting all of your ideas together, but these ideas are specific to raise your vibration in a way to make you think on a higher level, not from a struggling level, but from a level of happiness, from a level of inspiration, from a level of basically you seeing an image, and that triggers your drive, that triggers you to go work out there and make this picture a reality. All right. Very quickly, I want to show you something that I use as a wealth trigger. Very important. You can use many things as wealth triggers. One thing I do is I share. This is my wallpaper in my screen. All right. I want to buy this plane one before I die. I don't have a timeline. I just say I want to do it before I die. This plane is a Bombardier. Now there's many Bombardier I love. I love the Global series. I love the Global 5000. I love the Global 8000, and then there's the Global 7500. If I wanted to be specific, I would say Global 8000 that I want, right? But I wouldn't mind the Global 7500 as well. I may my first Bombardier plane might be a Global 5000, right? Maybe I'm going to have all three at some point. But what I do know is I want a private jet, and also I want it to be a Bombardier jet. That I do know, and I want to achieve that before I drive. And this image, I plan to do. I plan to make it a reality. All right, I plan to make this a reality, exactly like the way you see it, with the sunset, right? With the sunset, and then the plane, exactly like this. I want to do that picture with my own camera, and that's something that motivates me. Every time I'm doing my work on my computer, whether it's for work, whether it's for my YouTube, and then I see this image for Flash, it even though I don't even think about it, but I'm programming my subconscious mind to remember this picture, remember what you said you wanted to do, and every day I see it, I'm just programming my instinct to know that you are destined for this, right? Whether you believe in destiny or not, I make it I it's not the point. Law of action. What are you doing? And are you utilizing everything in your power to increase the odds in your favor? It's very hard for someone who grew up in a country that was the poorest country in the world, who didn't have financial education very young in his life, to aspire to do this. Just for me to dream that I could achieve, that I could do that in my lifetime was a big step. Whereas some people, they were born and their dads are already in a private jet, so for them it's easy for them to imagine buying a private jet. For me, I had to do I had to go through a lot just to dream that it's possible for a black man to own a private jet. And then I had to do another giant leap to say that that black man could be me. Then I had to do another phase of, can it be me? Is that too arrogant? Is that impossible? And then the other phase of, I embrace it, that I want a private jet and it's okay. And it doesn't matter if people make fun of me for it. It doesn't matter if the entire world tells me it's impossible. I want the private jet. I'm going to make the work to make it happen. That's, I had to, that took me 32 years to get to that level, just to be able to dream that it's possible. Now, here's a very important step about vision boards. And after that, we're going to start the vision board. I'm going to put the link. If you want to come in, share your thoughts on vision boards, whether you believe in it or not, what you would include in it. Absolutely, it's open door. And we're going to work on my own vision board at the same time as we're having this conversation. But very important point, guys, I wanted to mention before I finish the first part of my stream, which is my monologue about vision boards. Shout out to my YouTube mentor, TLA, the lead attorney. I always say he waits an hour before he starts his monologue. He's long stroking, you guys. He loves to long stroke. But me, I actually started my monologue and I'm almost done after an hour. I'm not at the TLA level yet, but hey, maybe one day I will. Maybe one day I'll be able to read super chats and chats for an hour before I start my monologue. But guys, all right, here's the point I wanted to make. It is very important, and this is why a subject like that needs to be discussed on a stream and not on a 10-minute video. It's great to put anything on your vision board, anything that inspires you, anything that drives you. anything that motivates you to move forward when life goes hard, fine. What you should not do is expect that the world owes you what you put in your vision board. I know what I just said sounds simple. And I know what I just said. Some of you might say, duh, JC, of course. But it needs to be said, especially us millennials. Let's keep it a buck. We are untitled people. We are, I mean, let's be honest, guys. We are untitled people. And we have, especially when we grew up in a generation of 8th place trophies, right? There's only 3 trophies: first place, second place, and third place. If you fourth, you're a loser. If you're second, you're a loser. The first one beat you. But at least you were having a second trophy or a third trophy. But when it comes to being entitled, and we're not talking about relationship here, Aaron. We're talking about like material gains in life. We're talking about wealth, building wealth. It's not because you put it on a board and you're doing the work that the world owes you anything or the universe owes you anything. And I want to read a comment from Elon Musk, who put it picture perfect. He was on a Joe Rogan show and he said, happiness is reality minus expectation. And that is exactly what I want you to think when you are doing your vision board. Your vision board is supposed to raise your level of happiness and hope. Hope is a very high energy. Hope is, if we're looking at Star Wars, right? The Jedis were working on hope, right? I don't know, I forgot their names. The dark side, right? The Dark Sidious type of guy. They were operating on fear, right? They're stronger in fear, and if they can instill fear in you, then they feel more confident that they can beat you, and they are beating you because you're paralyzed by your fear and they take over you. This is a lower form of strength. It is a very strong force, but a level of force that is stronger is hope, because hope is contagious. If you spark the hope, that could be the light that sparks in all of a generation, and more people are focusing in one idea, right? Shout out to the Asian, l'union fait la force, strengths in numbers, and that's how you beat fear. You can beat fear with hope. Hope is a higher level of strength than fear. If you fail and then you're afraid of trying again, you're operating in fear, and it's a strong force. It's stopping you from trying again, from achieving that wealth. But if you're operating on hope, you still hurt from failure, but the hope can help you and motivate you into channel this failure into a learning lesson, and then try again, and then try again. And the more you can keep that hope, the more you're trying again, and the more you try again, the higher your chance of success. All right? Now, happiness is reality minus expectation. One thing that kills hope is expectation. That's why, as you are doing your vision board, as you are putting things that's going to keep you happy, things that are based in reality, you have to remove that level of expectation for it to increase the odds of success. Because the minute you start expecting it and it doesn't happen in the time that you expect it to happen, you are going to be sad. You are going to be like We're going to start going on that lower level of energy, and you're not going to be hopeful in making it happen anymore. Very, very, very important. Again, something super simple, some things that might sound easy to think, but it needs to be said because so many of us lives in expectation. How many times you hear on YouTube, hey, I mean, I'm just going to use this as an example. I'm not trying to give a dig or anything, but in the dating contents, right? Whenever we're talking about dating, men versus women, what men expects from women, what women expects from men, right? What do you hear? You hear expectation. And what happens, especially, see, it's much easier to see for women when they're past 30 and they don't get what they expected. What happens? What energy are they running into? They're starting shaming other people. They're starting telling you how the world or doesn't see the world the way they see it. They're starting telling you that all men are trash, right? That is not the hopeful level. That is more like maybe a bit of fear that I might not find the men I'm looking for. Maybe a bit of, right? All that negative energy. Let me force you to believe the way I believe. Let me drive it down your throat so you could want me and love me. And it's the same thing for men too. You just gotta keep it fair. Men, they expect a certain type of women, and if they don't find it, many of them do bash women, saying that, hey, you're not, I'll keep it go, but I do a bit of that too. But at this point, I don't even hope on the relationship anymore. Me, I don't. Relationship is whatever. Especially I'm married too, so I don't even need to hope for certain things. But I'm just using the relationship and the dynamics between men and women as a way to show you something very clear that you can see. You're going to hear the words on the surface, but if you take a step back and you listen, what you're actually listening to is people that have expectations. I'm not saying you should not expect, anything, but the level of expectation that they're doing is very, very like specific, especially the women. Let's keep it a buck. Tell you 6 feet. 6 figures, 6 inches, right? How many like 6 pack? It's like 666. Like, gee, that's too specific. That's expecting too much. How do you expect a guy who's 6 feet and 6 inches? Normally, a guy who's 6 feet is not going to be 8 inches. Come on, guy. I'm joking. But I hope you understand the point I'm trying to make. Happiness is reality minus expectation. Shout out to Elon Musk for mentioning that on a Joe Rogan podcast. And shout out to Joe Rogan for getting the best out of Elon Musk so that we can learn from a very successful man, for a man who clearly has a vision of the future, a man who has this vision and putting this vision and do the work, do the actions, spending most of his money, if not all his money, to make his vision into reality. This guy puts the work. So you cannot hate on a guy like that if he's becoming the most rich, wealthiest man in life. And guess what? Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and is the billionaire who's the poorer in terms of cash. This guy never has cash in his hands. Never. You see how the type of shirts he wear? Right? Never. He sold his house. Apparently now there's a rumor he lives in a trailer. A billionaire. I don't know. I don't think it's like a trailer, right? But it's, it's not like a Bel Air mansion. Anyway, I I gotta give. Oh man, we got some chats here. Sorry guys. Sorry guys. I've been slacking up on this chat. Thank you very much for being active. We're going to. I'm going to share the links. We're going to share. We're going to start doing the vision board. All right. But let me tackle the chat. Sorry guys. Yes. Let's see. Yeah. Can say how it's going to happen. I think we read that before. Is visualizing and imagining the same thing or similar. I think I mentioned that before. If not, did I not? Yeah, I think I did. She stole my thunder. How you doing? Have you been visualizing Jake Paul instead of my French lesson tonight? Man, I pushed my stream like 5 times tonight because I thought I was going to do it at 7:30, and then I ended up doing it at 9. I was super busy prior to that, and groceries are all closed at 7 instead of 9. So not cool, not cool, especially when you're running out of diapers for babies. Well, sorry, I missed your stream tonight. Major change group. Let me see. All right. How's everyone? Is Bombardier built in Canada? Yes, Bombardier is built in Canada. That's not really the reason why I want to buy it. I really love Bombardier jets, and I'm a Canadian too, so hey, why not support? But they're pretty good, man. Like they're out there. The Gulfstream is nice. Bombardier. I know people that work there. I wanted to work there. I worked in a Bombardier simulator when I was in college. So I actually flew a simulator and then landed on an airport. It was a Bombardier simulator, global series. I think it was Global 5000. I'm not sure. But yeah, ever since then, the idea of jets was in me. But after my career, I really put, especially as I was thinking of what I wanted to achieve in my life, owning a private jet that's the first plane that came into my mind. And yeah, I really want it. All right. Let me see. Have you took lessons when it comes to flying? I haven't took lessons, not yet. That these would be the things I will do when I retire. And to be retired, I want to have at least 5,000 coming from my business or my residual income without me exchanging time for money. If I can achieve that, then I'll retire and then I'll start doing smaller things like taking course. But yeah, that's definitely in my plans. I want to fly my own jet. Not necessarily every time I'm going to hire a pilot, but at least once. I do want to fly my own jet, and I do want to fly that Bombardier. So yes, I do plan on taking flights. Right. When you work on your vision board, is it better to use images or word or phrases? Very good question. We're going to do mine together. If you stay long enough, you might see it. But I'm going to use image. I think with an image, it's worth 1,000 words, right? But it does not mean you cannot use words. If there is one word that really drives you, that really raise your level of vibration, your level of energy, that brings that hope in you, right? If there is one word that does that for you, absolutely put it there, right? If wealth is that word, freedom is that word. Freedom for me is yes, right? Health. I want health, wealth, and freedom. I want freedom. So for me, absolutely, I'm probably going to put that word there, but I'm not just going to put the word, I'm going to put the best image that's going to really drive the prompt across so that whenever I see that image, the first emotion that I have is the emotion of me living in that freedom. That's even more powerful than a word. And if that word can do that can give you that level of experience, then yes, absolutely put it in. But in your vision board, you want to get the best, right? You want to you see things for like half a second, and for that half a second, you have that feeling of yes, that's exactly what I want. Right? Some people might want 72 virgins. And that's a level of power and freedom for them. So They're going to choose the best looking women. I'm joking. But I hope that gives you a picture of what I mean, and I hope that answers your question. All right. If it's a phrase, absolutely. If it's a word, absolutely. But it's not the word that matters or the picture that matters. It's what it wakes up inside of you. It's that emotion that it brings inside of you. Me, I want freedom. I'm going to choose an image that's going to bring the best out of that freedom. That plane that you see in my wallpaper is one of the major symbol of freedom for me. Because if I have a plane and I have my own private jet, CV-19 or not, lockdowns or not, I can travel around the world. That's freedom. And if I can afford that, that means I'm making way beyond like $10,000 a month. Right? I can keep my living expenses below $10,000 a month. And then I can basically, have enough money to fuel that jet, travel wherever I want. So although there is no words in my picture here, the feeling that I get when I see a private jet is almost at the maximum height of freedom for me. Okay? But if we could, let's say you want to do a vision board and then you have this and you also have the word freedom, it's more power to it. All right? I hope that answers your question. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we have more questions. People. Okay, guys. Yeah, man. TLA and his long stroking. Well, yep. Yeah, shout out to him. I do mean especially women, eh? Yeah, man. Come on. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's both, right? Or both genders have their fault, but for me, it's easier to look at it on other people than look at it on myself. I'll say it that way for sure. I'll take I cannot believe for that. But I'm just using it as an example, not to start a gender war. It's really so that it's easier it's very easy to see when you look at it from a dating perspective, and because I guess there is the clock out there. Women want kids. It's their instinct to want kids. I mean, their body is designed to provide for kids, right? To nurture kids. So it's kind of like, even if their conscious mind doesn't want it, subconsciously they want it, right? So they're fighting their subconscious mind, their body, everything that tells them that they want kid. And if you meet a woman who's single, who hasn't settled down, and she's like 33, 35, she's going to talk on a different way. And if she has tried very hard to get it and she hasn't, oh man, you're going to hear a lot from a woman like that. And a lot of these words, they're going to be like blaming men, but you're going to hear deep down the level of expectation they have. And it's something that is very, very specific. 6 inch, all right, 6 packs, 6 feet, right? Many sixes, six figures, all that. So whereas a man simply say, hey, fit, feminine, friendly, it's specific, but it's broad, right? It's specific, but it's broad at the same. It's not too specific, but that's a different story. But at least as a man, if you say you want fit, feminine, friendly, and you can't find it in the States, well, maybe you could find it in Japan. Maybe you could find it in Africa, the Caribbean countries, the Latino countries, etc. Right? So that's the point I'm trying to make. It's not too specific, but specific. All right. What's up, Jill? Let's see. It sounds simple, but it is not. It sounds simple. Can you? I'll let you talk more about that. What sounds simple? Because the way I read this comment is building a vision board sounds simple. If that's what you mean, it is simple. It is simple. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it could be easier if you have a guideline, right? For example, if we're focusing only on words, or pictures that are raising a level of emotion in us, well, I guess that's simple. The hard part will be, do you know what that is for you? And that is not someone else who's going to do this work for you. It's going to be you that has to do this work. So you're going to need some alone time with yourself, and you really think about it. That's going to require many. For me, it took years. It took years before I really knew myself and knew exactly what I wanted. But you will never get there if you don't put the work in. All right? Women expect men to give them the world. Hey, man. Hey, it depends on how strong maybe they might wish that, but if they live their life as if they really want that, it's not going to happen, man, because it's not based in reality. Happiness equal reality. It has to be real. There's no man that's going to offer you the world minus expectation. I'm telling you, guys, you know what genius is? Everyone can keep things complex. Genius is when you have something very complex and you make it simple. When you have someone like Albert Einstein describing the entire universe with just 3 letters and 1 numbers, that's pure genius. That is the definition of genius. 3 letters, 1 number, the entire universe. God damn. Another level of genius was exactly what Elon Musk did. You could fit everything about life in these 3 words. Happiness equal reality minus expectation. Beautiful, simple genius. Genius is taking something super complex and making it simple. So yes, man. Yes, it is simple. It's not easy. And it requires a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of thinking, and experience too, because in some experience you're going to see what works, and in some other experience you're going to see what's not working. Shout out to you, Aaron, man. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Peter Investor M, expectation equal unrealized future reality. I agree with that. Actually, maybe not. Sorry, I didn't. Expectation equal unrealized future reality? No, I don't agree with that. No. Expectation is not based on reality. It's not always based on reality. Right? It's expectation. It's something that you own. Think about it this way. I expect you to pay me $10. That means, right? If you're not paying him $1, what are you doing? You owe me $10. There's a level of domination on it. I want you to give me $10. No, right? I don't owe you $10. But if someone expected, that's their mental, that's the language they approach. If you expect something, you think the world owes it to you. Therefore, you're in the right, everyone else in the wrong. So this is not a good way to describe expectation, because the expectation is more on a physical aspect, is more on a personal aspect. There's a personal aspect into it, and there's a command aspect into it. There's a level of owning. Someone owes you something, anything, not someone. It could be the universe owes you a beautiful man, a beautiful woman, right? But if you don't put the work as a man, if you don't build that wealth, beautiful woman may not show up, man. But engineering, oh goodness, not every. I agree. Not every woman. It's just that in modern time, it's not easy. In the States, in Canada, in Toronto, oh my God, Toronto. It's just not easy to meet fit, feminine, and friendly women. Not easy. Again, I agree, not every woman. I never said every. Never said that. But I agree. Hey, you look like a great woman. Very feminine, friendly. So you're a prime example that this statement that not every woman are like that. So shout out to you, Major Change Girl. I hope you're still here. um, what are you talking about, Getty? I got six strokes for ya. Man, whatever, man. All right, guys. All right, guys. Let's see if there is more things. What's up with it? Be careful with your Kevin Samuel mode. Sensitive subject. Um, I'm sure. Whatever. It's my brain. I do what I want. What are you going to do? When are you going to do the real thing? Are we talking about the what real thing? The vision board? Yeah, we're gonna get into that. Let me long stroke you guys first. I gotta read my comments, man. That's the reason why I make these streams. I love interacting with you guys. Remember, when you are going to take your flying lesson, you have to take an exam. They need to make sure. Yes, I agree. Because a lot of things are determined by color from the air. Yes, I know. Imaging, in most cases, let me see. It's called vision for a reason. Vision to see. Sure. Lashes, how are you doing? Before the billion, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. A lot of people read images. If you look at how the human mind takes information, it's always a form of image. Yes, especially for me. I'm bipolar. One of the things that my mind operates is it's very easy for me to see an image, and every word that I say, imagine that I see the image first before I pronounce the word. So my mind is doing a work where I'm actually translating the image into the word. So when I'm listening, and that's why I had problems at school. I was listening to teacher, I'm listening to the words, and then my mind is doing a work. Okay, what word is assigned to what image? And then that image means something. Then I'm like, oh, okay, I understand it. But he's talking, not showing anything. And then I'm like, let me just sleep, man. I'm just too tired. And I slept a lot in class because of that, because it was just too tired. Trying to translating every word into an image in my mind. And the words are coming like, 24 words a second. And then I'm like, okay, what does that word mean? Like, what image is that? And that's why basically I have a learning disability. But it doesn't mean that I can learn. It just means I learn differently. I learn through image and sounds. Once I understood that about me, I focus a lot more in learning about sounds and image. YouTube is wealth of knowledge for me because it's visual. A lot of videos are showing you block diagrams, etc. My wife was also tutoring me in school. That's exactly how she would break down the course. And that helped her understood the course better. And that helped her graduate with honors. And that helped me understood the course. And I would literally look at 2 sheets of papers of diagrams and conceptuals, and then I would pass the course. But the teacher would speak for the entire semester and I couldn't understand. It's one of the side effects of being bipolar. All right. Yes, let's see. You guys are very active in the chat. Thank you very much. Yes, shout out to before the beginning. Shout out to Keep It, the restless work. You're having your 48 hours. No comment on that. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you for still being here. Let me see. So let me guess. All you want to do now is long stroking, but you can't tell me what is the best time to use the short stroke. I mean, they're trolling, man. Whatever. All right. Let's see. All right, guys, let me get into the content. Let me see. Yes. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you for that comment. Now let me get this. If you guys want to come in, all right, I'll share a link. Now, of course, I'll prioritize people that have been here before. But if no one comes here, that's fine as well. And then what we're going to do, so if you're coming here, you might you don't have to have a vision board, right? But at least I want you to start thinking about it. And if you would think about it, you can start sharing what you would include in your vision boards, why you would include it, and then how maybe we can talk about maybe how to improve it and all that. And if you guys want, as I'm doing this, you guys can do it as well. I'm actually going to, and you might pick up some games on Canva, because I learned some trick on Canva. It took me, I've been using Canva for 2 years, guys, and there's only something I learned like this week that I'm starting to use now. And Canva is so easy to use. So I really recommend um, you guys check it out. So here is the stream link. And comment. I'll pin that as well if you want to join in. And yes, if you guys want to join in, you're welcome. We can talk about vision board, and what is that thing for you, that word that really resonates for you, that makes you want to go out there and acquire the world, right? Dominate the world. You got to shoot for the stars, but you got to be happy with being on earth. And you being happy being on earth, and you're also working towards shooting for the stars. You're not expecting that you're going to reach the star. And when you're not operating on expectation, you actually enjoy the process and you enjoy the success, because hey, it's not doesn't mean that you will have it. That's why you need happiness right before you start. You need happiness right before you start, because at least if you don't achieve it, you're still happy, right? I love Canva. Shout out to you, Major Change Group. Shout out to you. Yes, Canva is beautiful to use. So here's Canva for those who don't know. Here is Canva. You can go to canva.com. You can open a new account. You can do many things. And yes, so first you go and create a design. Um, let's see. Let me type wallpaper. Actually, didn't even look into doing it before. Desktop wallpaper. There you go. That's what I want to be. So I might actually might use this vision board for my new wallpaper in 2020. Oh, sorry, 2022. And go from there. So that's another great use. But I definitely recommend you print your vision board, and maybe you put it also in your desk or in your room, somewhere. It's not, you're not just seeing it from the computer, but you're seeing it in person. I mean, it's good to have it in physical, right? Physical. Just think of it this way: you're coming out of it from a realm of imagination into a realm of physical, the physical realm, and by printing it, you're making it happen. The reason why you can do like a wallpaper, because at least it's out of your mind, but it's still in a virtual world, right? You want to bring it into the physical world where it's going to be a reality. So that's why I recommend um that's why I recommend it. So all right, guys. So here is a like a blank canvas, and this is a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. The founder, who is Asian, is one of the richest women in Australia, who is already a multimillionaire. The founder of Canva. Yes, it's a great business concept. It's a great business concept. Giving it, they call it the freemium. You give people access to it for free, and then later, if they take value from it, they pay like a membership, $20. But if you want to do your how do you call it? Yeah, your vision board, great place. All right, so you can type anything you want. You can do elements, right? You have like shapes. You can upload your own pictures. You can tell me I upload some pictures to make how do you call it, thumbnails. These are previous thumbnails that I make before. And then you can have text, and then you're going to use all that into the canvas here, and go from there. So let's start with the first picture I want to put in. Now, I'm going to design my vision board differently. The way I want to design my vision board, and let me make it bigger. The way I want to design my vision board is I want to I don't have any timeline for it, and I don't expect anything. However, I'm going to give it, if it would become a reality, what's the sequence of event that will happen? And each point, like I'm going to have a point of success, a well trigger, something to raise my happiness level from each of those levels. And I'm going to go from, I guess, now to like some, when I say I'm going to shoot for the star, guys, I'm going to shoot for my star. And I know you guys is going to make fun of me for this, but I'm going to be crazy about all that. Hey, it's a drawing, right? But at least it's going to come from a source of happiness. And if you guys heard my story on that dream that I had the day I found my purpose, you might understand why I'm going to include certain things on this. All right. So this might be very long. I don't know, but at least if you guys want to hang around with me while I do that, and maybe you can start on your own as I'm doing it, that would be perfect. If you want to talk to me on the chat, perfect. If you want to come here and have a discussion, perfect as well. All right. So here is what I'm thinking that I'm going to design my canvas on, or my vision board on, is I'm picturing um a road. Okay? I'm picturing a road, and across this road, let's say there is at the end of the road there's a mountain, and I would love to see the sea behind those mountains. So I'm going to look for a picture that has a road, maybe a desert, and then a road that leads to a mountain, and then a mountain. After the mountain, there is the sea. Like, as I'm picturing this, I'm picturing Vancouver. Vancouver, like a picture in Vancouver would probably be good. And the reason why I want the road to the mountain is I want the top of the mountain to be symbolizing everything that I want to achieve in my life that brings a happiness. And also the sea is the beyond. Like, and you will understand that when we work on that part. I talked about an event that happened to me that helped me find my life purpose. So that has to do a lot with that. So I'm going to implement many things. Many things I want to implement is cars. I love cars, private jets. I want to have my own custom house that I built. I'm going to implement all that. I'm going to implement a specific number that I want to achieve in terms of income per year. I'm going to include 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? Again, do I expect it to happen? Maybe, maybe not. But actually, no. But I'm happy with honestly, guys, I'm honestly happy with thousands. But I would love to have 100,000. And the only reason why I would love to have it is because I want to have, as an Asian guy, I want to be able to say that I'm a YouTuber. I'm a 100% like, and the plaque of YouTube is recognized worldwide. I want to bring Haiti to the map, right? So if I have a plaque as a nation, that to me is doing part of the job. All right. So we have someone who's willing to share with us. Let me introduce to you. You know Sam Stima before from the debate, the brave soul that came on the debate the other day to discuss about the USD and dollars. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I think the camera is a little bit out of focus, but other than that, it's perfect. So yes, have you think about your vision board before?
I don't know if that's my internet or yours. Is that my internet?
I don't know if it's yours, but I'm good. It seems that I'm good. The chat has been complaining so far. So if you yeah, now we're good. Now I see you very clearly now. But yes, there is this it's freezing. Perfect. I see. If you want maybe the
What's going on? So
hello. Oh, that's an interesting comment. Hello, hello. Are you here? I think yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's me or if Anyway, I don't know. It looked like there was some network issues, but maybe we're good. Maybe we're good now.
Yeah, it seems that we're good now. Um, I want to get into that comment. That's a very good comment. So have you done a vision board before?
I did a vision board a long time ago, but I'm not the type of person to do a vision board every year. It's just it's not a part of my repertoire, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a planner, but I don't I personally don't see value in me doing new plans every single year because I execute like a long-term plan with a whole bunch of steps in between that are things that are not specifically planned out, but I have like a long-term goal. So I
So
can
when you say you have a long-term goal, do you have a long-term vision board?
no, not even not. I mean, I did in the past, but it's not something that I can say that that I've done in the recent years. Let me just say that I've
No
done one
worries,
in
no worries.
I've done one in the past, but it's just not something that I've taken time out to do.
Now let me ask you this: is it still buffering? Because it looks great to me, Aaron. Is it still buffering? But anyway, Simsia. Now, okay, let's talk about your goals. Now, how do you define your goals? And
The,
you don't have to be super technical here. Just I want to know your opinion about goals.
uh, my goals are really it's the path by which that I would like to, or the things that I would like to achieve.
What happens if you don't achieve them?
I don't get disappointed.
Okay.
I'm not one of the things that I discover. I'm the type of person I study people, right? And when I say I study people, I just observe people. And one of the things I've discovered about people who are like meticulous planners is that whenever they do not achieve or follow the specific path that they set out, they become significantly disappointed or upset with themselves or upset with the world. I hear I, I hear about people who date, who have a spouse that whenever they go on vacation, they have a plan for almost every single minute whenever they're
Oh
on
my
vacation.
God, man, this is the worst. Yeah, trust me, I know exactly what you mean. At the same time, I'm actually looking also for a picture uh, of road and mountain. I can use on my. Ooh, oh, that's a beautiful one. That's a beautiful one. What do you think of that? Look at that.
It's nice. It's nice.
But I need the sea. I need the sea. I'm going to do one today.
There's one
Now,
right there at the bottom right. Bottom right.
bottom right.
It had water. It wasn't this ocean.
Yeah, I'm going to find it. Don't worry, don't worry. We're gonna take our time. Oh, that's a beautiful one. If I could get the C with that, I would choose it. Okay, let me type the C.
Me and this
Now
cam-
let me
me
let
and
me
this
let me
camera.
address this. Let me address this. Um,
Give me a second. My camera. I need to get my camera back in focus. We
yeah,
have
no worries, no worries. Let me address this and let me know if you when you're ready. Now, major change group. I make a vision board every year and I put the year. Do you think I should stop putting the year? Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Let me long stroke you on that answer too. L- Um, guys, I think Simsia mentioned something important. And I will develop that better. What he mentioned is he doesn't do it every year. He has a long vision goal, and then he kind of like smaller goals to get to that point. Right now, he mentioned goals. I mentioned vision. Honestly, we're talking about the same thing. He may disagree, but he's not here to defend himself yet. uh, fix your camera and give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go up. I think it's still blurry on my end, by the way. Now, Tasha. Here's what I recommend. I recommend you have one vision board, but every year you make a list of goals for the year. In that list of goals, you can put, you put your years, you can put a specific goals. But what I would love to see is I would love to see that big vision that you have, and every year the goals that you're doing are lining up with that big vision. All right. So I'm actually going to show you an example on my own vision board. I hope you stick around and see it, or maybe you can watch it on replay if you can't. But I hope that answers your question. Let me add you to the stream. Perfect. Man, the audio, the camera is great, by the way, but the audio, it seems now there is like a ish sound on the background.
Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. So I'll keep reading the comments and then I'll tackle you on that. Okay. All right. So let's see. I hope that answers the question. If you need more clarity on that, Tasha, let me know in a comment. I will answer you. That looks great. It keeps freezing. Let me see. Let me see. When you do your vision board annually, do you see manifestation of your vision? Great question. Jill. I'm very curious. Yes, most things I do, but there is one or two that I don't. I usually create about 7 or 8 goals. Now the reason why they're manifesting is not because they are visions. It's because there are goals, and then you are working towards your goals. Again, vision and goals, they're, you know what I mean? But it's a much easier to expect something when you do a goal, whereas the vision is more like dream part. Think of it more as a dream. And that's what I'm saying. It's much easier to focus on the bigger things and then you focusing specific. You don't even need any picture for your goals, right? You just say, hey, my goal is to have, as a YouTuber, you might say, my goal next year is to have 20,000 subscribers. You write it down. You don't need any pictures for that, right? You might say, my goal is to have a credit score of 8,850. You can write it down. And then you can visualize it, right? You can visualize having a credit score of 850. But what if that 800 score of 50 was part of the bigger vision, which was freedom, living a life full of freedom, right? So that's what I'm saying. You can have yearly goals, and all of them, if they can line up with the big vision, that's just perfect way. And then the vision board is simply to kind of like illustrate that big vision versus the yearly goals or steps you're taking to actually achieve and do the work for that big vision to happen. Okay. I hope that clarifies it very well. But yeah, thank you for your comment with that. One thing I was paying off for my car in 1 year and I did it. Absolutely. Yes. Again, goals. That wouldn't be part of your vision board, say, because what I'm hearing you're doing is basically you're visualizing your goals, but there are goals. The vision is something I'm talking about. Shoot for the stars, right? That's what you're going to see my vision, and you're gonna be like, "Whoa, this guy is crazy." This guy is crazy. Oh man, I'm seeing a beautiful road here, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. It's not quite. Look at this. How are you doing, Simpsy? Are you good? Thumbs up. You ready? Let me know when you're ready. No worries. All right. Look at this road here, guys. I'm looking for pictures that I can use as the major background, and I'm going to add small things into it. So as I'm talking, I'm also scrolling. Look at this. This is almost something that I might look into, but it's anime. It's not real. Let me see. Something like this might work, but I don't like that the mountain is all the way there. I would like the mountain to be at the end of the road. I'm a bit picky with it. That could be a good one. We're almost there. Ooh. And these are stock pictures, so I have to buy it. But if I find one that I really, you know what? I think we found it. You know what? I think we found it, guys. I think we found it. But hey, I'm going to keep looking just in case. But I'm going to save this. Oh yes, look at this. With the sunset. That's it. I'm going to talk to you better. How are you doing, Cynthia? Good? Thumbs up? No? Okay. Give me a second. Man, that one is beautiful. And I'm going to tell you the reason why I love this better than the other one. Because again, you have to remember, it's not just my vision board, but you got to understand why I'm selecting a certain picture versus another one. It's what emotion that I'm evoking inside of me, right? This one is a bit too dark. Let me see. No, no, I need. So far, I don't think I've seen one better than the sun. Yeah. Oof. Look at that. Sheesh. That's a beautiful landscape with the sun, but there's no road. I wonder, and I'm going to tell you why I'm specific on the road. I'm really insisting on the road. I'm going to tell you why. And now this, I know I said you don't need any picture that's going to show you struggle, all right? But the reason why I want a picture is because I'm learning to fall in love with the struggle. It's something that I have to embrace in my life, and there is no way around it. So, by the way, if you download the picture, you need to download it on Canva. You just simply drag and drop like this. There you go. Beautiful. And then we have a wallpaper. We have a wallpaper. Now, look at that. Bam. Now, again, here was the other picture. Wait, we're going to close that one. That one, right? So, you good, Simsia? Thumbs up. Thumbs up if you're good. Okay, good. Perfect. All right, let me bring Simsia up. Let me see. How are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Let's go with it. Let's go with it. No worries. I can hear you. So did you hear anything I said about the goal versus the vision? Because what I hear is you're not really the vision type of guy, but you're the goal type of guy. And honestly, I think we're speaking the same language. It's just that a different time frames, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, it's semantics. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. It's just yeah, it's about the words you just want to use.
Yeah, but I want to make a clear distinct distinction about vision and the vision board. The vision board should not be something you address every year. The vision board is something that, hey, if let's say you were 18 years old, you made a vision board, and then you're in your deathbed, you're looking at that vision board, you're still excited by looking at that picture. It's something that is constant, that is rooted in something deep in you, that is raising what truly makes you happy. And me, freedom has always been something that I'm happy about. And that is one of the reasons why I chose this picture over that picture. Because that picture is beautiful. I see the road, I see the land here that is dry. I see the top of the mountain. The mountain is higher, but the reason why I choose this one instead is because the mountain is there. I mean, honestly, this picture to me has a better settings when it comes to the drawing I want to make. I'll be honest with you guys. I like this picture better in terms of the layout of my vision board. The reason why I specifically choose that one is that sun and the sunset right here to me invoked pure freedom. There's nothing more to me that is symbolized freedom, living, like staying, watching the sunset on a beach. And that is the reason I would rather go with the road that is, like this with the mountain on the side, but at least I have this. And I love also the way it's placed on the sea. But I'll let me what do you think? What do you think, SMCI? What is that thing for you? That thing that invoke a certain level of pure peace, happiness, something that if you had all the money in the world, that you wouldn't even sacrifice all the money in the world for that thing. What would that be?
Well, so along the lines of what you were saying, I too share I also have a vision of having the freedom to be able to fly anywhere that I'd like to go, right? And I actually plan on in 2022 to begin taking private pilot uh, lessons.
Really?
Yeah,
Hey, nice, man.
that's what I'm doing next year. I'm putting it on my on my vision board for next
The
year.
goal, the goal. That's what I'm saying.
It's
This
on
is
my
a goal.
it's on my list. It's on my list. So I tend to be I personally tend to be a little bit unorthodox with my planning, and I I don't know. I guess it's maybe my contrarian trait that says that maybe I should not follow a specific regimented path for the things that I'm seeking to achieve. But yeah, I can relate to what you're saying. So for me, freedom includes me having the freedom to be able to fly anywhere, both here on Earth and also into space. That's my vision. That's my vision of freedom. Like me being able to put my family together in a plane and we go anywhere in the world, and even if we have to, we can go into space and go into our vacation community or vacation
Mhm.
property or something like that up there. So
Hey,
that's the vision that I have for myself and my family, and how I go about doing it is something that I will have to figure out along the way. But that's my long term plan.
perfect, perfect. And let's go with that. What you just said here, because I want to tackle this comment right here. Ephraim's Corner, shout out to you. Thank you for your comment. I really like it here. And I wanted to bring that here. My vision for the past 3 years was to buy my home. Now, to be honest with you, I'm not here to really convince you of any way. I'm just sharing my opinion. I'm just a guy on the internet, to be honest. So you can take it for what it's worth. All right. But here's what I would say. I would try to make the distinction between between a goal and visualizing your goal versus a vision board. And I think what Simsia says is a perfect way to answer that, because your vision is basically freedom, and you're looking at a symbol of freedom that is flying your family everywhere. That to you symbolizes freedom, and that is raising that level of happiness in you, right? That's what I'm talking about when I say vision board. However, a goal to do that is him actually taking courses to go fly planes, right? So that's the goal. Now, as if he's visualizing the goal, maybe before he sleeps tonight, he might say, how is it going to look like when I'm going to be in this plane? So he might try to close his eyes and trying to imagine him putting the headphones as a pilot operator, starting to turn the knobs, right? Having the gears, pushing the gear all the way up so that you can have the plane moving forward and all that. So that's visualizing the goal, right? As opposed to the vision board. The vision board should be way out there. Something like exactly like you said, flying his family and also going to space. Like imagine you have uh, Richard, Sir Richardson. What's his name again? Sir Richard, right? He did that. He Sir Richard. Is that correct?
Richard Branson, yes.
Exactly, Richard Branson. And then that's exactly what he did, right? He's making it available so that I mean not regular, rich people can go buy a ticket and go fly in space, right? Now, basically what Simsia is saying, something like that to him would be like that would be awesome, right? That symbolizes the ultimate level of freedom. For me, I don't even go to that level of freedom. For me, the private jet is enough, but the private jet to me, I would abuse that. That's the vision that I want to put on my vision board. Okay. And then buying a house is a goal. Visualizing me living in that house before I buy it is visualizing the goal. All right. So that's the distinction I want to make. But again, whatever works for you, whatever works for you. At the end of the day, what really matter is achieving it. Right. I can do this picture as beautiful as I want. If I don't achieve any of it, it's just a dream, right? But at the end of the day, if you could achieve it, it's much better. And whatever gets you to do it works for you, you go for it. But I'm going to show you also within that vision, the smaller goals that I'm going to put on that road that's going to lead to the big vision. And that is why I wanted it a road. The reason why I wanted a road on my picture is because I wanted to have a sense of time in my visions. There are many things I visualize in my life, and I want a sense of time because, let's say, for example, one of my goals is to get 100,000 subscribers. Well, that's going to come first before the private jet. You see what I'm saying? So that gives me a sense of time, and the road symbolizes the struggle I have to do to get there and the process, falling in love with the process. So I know did say don't put anything that has to do with negative energy, but to me, it's something that drives me, the process. I fall in love with the process. So for me, I'm okay with that. And it symbolized something. It means that, hey, if I want that jet, and I'm going to put that jet right here. If I want that jet at the end of the road, I need to fall in love with the process to make sure I walk that path barefoot if I have to, but do it. Get there or die trying. That's the picture I want to have. That's the symbolism I'm putting in my vision. And when I'm down, I see the road, I see the jet, I'm gonna stand up and do it and walk that path. That's why I wanted to choose a road. All right. What are your thoughts on that? Is it crazy so far, Simsia?
Nah, not at all. I mean, it seems like you have a methodology to in order for you to unpack the thing that you would like to see and how you go about achieving it, and the rationale that you'll have along the way. So I could respect that, So you've thought about it maybe more than I have. But I also say something else too, right? So I've experienced like my fair share of challenges, right? So I'd say that the many things that I can handle, I've been able to manage throughout my life, right? So maybe me having to fully explore all the paths along the way is something that maybe I'm not even thinking about because it's just another muscle that I feel like I'll have to build or challenge myself to be able to handle. And so that's cool. I respect that, bro. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna have to invoke or glean some kind of inspiration from what you just said right there.
Hey, thank you, man. At the end of the day, that's the purpose of this stream. I'm just trying to, at least because you know what? One of the reason, and shout out to you, Melissa James. Shout out to you, and I hope you're still here. Thank you for coming here. Now, one of the things I noticed, all right, is for us. I mean, I'm not making this stream just for black people, but I am a black guy. So, hey, that's part of my experience. And one thing I noticed in my life, and I'm born a dreamer. As you said, I've been thinking about it for a while. But guess what? I've been dreaming about this since I was a kid. Right? So I've been reflecting on these dreams many times. And one thing that I noticed is I always made fun of, even my own wife makes fun of me for my own dreams. So that's something, and that's one thing I noticed. It's very easy for any type of race to dream big. For us, just to get to the dreaming part, it's a challenge because we're so stuck in poverty wherever we go and globally that most of the community worldwide are focusing on the next day, the next 2 years, the next 5 years. Can I survive? We're not looking at the prosperity aspect of it. So when you're not even on that level, you don't even think about the dreaming part, right? You don't even think it's possible. What are your thoughts on that so far?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in survival mode, it's very difficult for you to have vision that goes beyond that just immediate survival. And when you don't have the core human needs that are immediately accessible to you right then, you just can't entertain anything beyond that, So as far as dreaming, the wealth building, there's just so many things that you don't have an opportunity to fully explore because you're literally surviving day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour, and
Absolutely.
and that takes a toll on you, and that's where a lot of the pessimism really comes from, where you're just saying, wow, if you knew all the things that I've dealt with, there's no way in the world you'd be even talking to me about this stuff, because the world is against me.
Mm. Yes, yes, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. So one of the reason why I really wanted to make this stream is really to at least inspire someone to start thinking big. And once you see the big picture, and again, now in these days we have resources like online. We can learn courses, right? You can. There is a lot of resources that we have access to that we did not, or previous generation did not have access to, right? We have access to the information. Once you have the big dream and then you can understand how to make it happen, then yes, it becomes slightly more of a possibility, slightly more of a chance for it to happen. And that alone might be the inspiration that someone needs to do the work to get away from the poverty mindset into the prosperity mindset. But yes, that's exactly the purpose of the vision board, because it's not, and that's why I put a road there. That is why I wanted a road there. I want to embrace that road. There will be nothing at the beginning of the road, but there will be a lot of things at the end of the road. And I know that this is where I'm at. And every time I stand up, I need to walk the path to get to the end of the road. If I die on my way there, I'm totally fine with that. But it's either I get to the end or I die trying. And what's the end of the road is going to be my jet. It's going to be my private jet, which symbolize ideally freedom for me. And this is the exact same thing I have here. Shout out to someone mentioned that on the chat. Remember, I was using this wallpaper for a reason. The reason why I was using it is because for me, on a sunset private jet, I can fly wherever I want in the world. The sunset symbolize ultimate symbol of freedom for me, because if I can have the time to just watch the sunset and not having to do any work, and then I'm still getting richer after the sunset, like by the time the sun set, then perfect. That is ultimate symbol of freedom and wealth for me, and that's why I have it there. But I'm going to find other pictures that I wanted to include, but I wanted to at least start with the canvas, or it was a blank sheet, right? Now we're putting ideas into it, we're putting thoughts into it. You guys understand my thought process. You don't have to have the same things. For you, it might be going to the space. For another person, it might be buying your own island. For here, please be as crazy. Please be as crazy as you want. But again, happiness is reality minus expectation. All right. So we don't forget about that one. Remove the expectation aspect of it and have fun with it. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be beautiful, fun, and inspiring you. And when you're down, your business is down, your portfolio is down, look at that picture and then pick yourself back up and complete the road. All right. So what other things you would put in your, assuming you would do a vision, what other things really bring that? You mentioned family, you mentioned going to space. Is there other things that like that would bring that fun in you as well? Sims, yeah.
For me, really, those are the core tenets. You know, having the opportunity to make contributions to my future generations. So my YouTube channel is a testament to my future generations. And it's supposed to be me chronicling some of the things that I've done, or some of the things that I'm doing, that I allow them to kind of see, hey, this is who our grandfather was, this is the type of stuff he was into, this is how he operated. And of course, a lot of it's polished and it's not the behind the scenes stuff. But I just discovered that, you know, the many people, like for me specifically, I missed out on the opportunity to have a relationship with my grandfathers. So that's what this is really about. Me having an opportunity to connect with my younger version of myself and say, hey, look, this is who we are, this is what we did, and this is the type of stuff that we're into. So
Man, I love this idea, man. Because you know why? It's something we take it for granted, but time flies very fast, right? Like I'm looking at my videos 2 years ago, and I was skinnier, the same, smiling differently, and now I'm looking at myself like, man. But yes, it is now, especially with the new world that we're heading. We're heading towards the world of videos. We're heading towards the world of a lot of content, metaverse and all that. Videos are going to be content, and some people, you don't know what's going to be possible in the future. Some people might be able to take that video and then they make shout out to Black Mirror, right? They make a new consciousness of Simsia based on all your videos, right? And then you go to that metaverse meeting your grandpa when he was 20, 30 years old. You never know. So I do think of that when I do my videos as well. But yes, it's going to be a great way to connect with people that in your family, especially the one that you won't get to meet. Is if you are thinking of doing generational wealth, all right? If you are thinking of doing generational wealth, I absolutely recommend that. I absolutely recommend that because you can also use that as a way to guide the future generation that you won't get to meet and put one level, one vision, show them exactly how the like the if you are in this family, this is why you strive for. If you don't like it, change your name. And then everyone work towards the same thing. If you have a set of instructions as the founder of your family, of the one who started this route, it's really going to instill discipline. It's going to instill purpose, where and they'll know how to manage this wealth. All right. Anything you want to add before I address the comment section?
No, I guess maybe. Well, let me mention something real quick. So for me, I kind of have a little bit of unfair advantage. So I spent some time working at an airport, right? And
Mhm.
this is something that I recommend to you. Not working at the airport, but this is something that you can do maybe to kind of allow you to maybe actualize more of your vision, right? So one of the observations that I made was that I would see people, like regular everyday people, come onto the airport property. They would swipe the badge, uh, type in the number, and they would drive their vehicle from from the gate, and they would drive into a hangar, get in an airplane, and take off. And so seeing that told me, it's like, wow,
Hey.
there are people in your very same city who, there was one guy every day at 3 a.m. he would fly off in the twin turbo engine airplane, flying to Florida in order for him to go to work. You know
I've
what I mean?
never seen that, man.
You
I
know,
would.
so seeing stuff like that, so you'd hear him at 3:30 in the morning barreling through the air on his way down to Florida, and just seeing people who live those type of lifestyles, and then here you are maybe fighting for you to keep the insurance on your car, or fighting for you to be able to pay for gas for you to get to work, whatever it is, and it just lets you know that you could be on very different sides of the coin. And so that's what happened with me. But I would just say, I don't know how much time you've spent inside these airplanes. I don't know if Bombardier's do they make RJs for do they make RJs for the commercial
Like
airplane
for the
industry?
regular people.
Yeah.
Eh, no, no, not
No.
really. They're making it for like the wealthy people that's going to hire a pilot because they have different brands like Learjet, for example. Now Bombardier has that and all that. So, but you know, it's basically going to need at least one pilot. I think most of the jets is two pilots, and then you're in the back seat somewhere. It's not really made for. But hey, I see on the planes that you can be just one guy and then you fly that. It's very small plane, so you can have it. But who knows, right? My vision board, I'm looking for the multiple pilots, the guys that are in rotations.
So it's not like an Embraer then.
Mm, Embraer is
Embraer.
pretty big too, but there can be, yeah, right. It's like it's the Embraer can be big too, so I don't know. But they normally their markets is the wealthy. That's what I'm saying. Bombardier market is the wealthy, the guy who's going to hire the two and the more pilots.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Cool. Cool. I got it.
Yeah. But I see what you mean. But man, seeing that would also be inspiration. I see the chat here. I want to go address the chat too, but I've never seen that before. A guy, man, just boop, opening a hand, go fly over. Sheesh.
Yeah.
That's
So
man.
so I've seen Michael Jordan's playing. I've
You
seen.
saw it?
Yeah. It was Michael
Ooh.
Jordan's plane will come into the air because I live in North Carolina where he went to school.
Okay.
So I would see his plane come in all the time. There's a guy. Matter of fact, I don't know if you remember that video from Wyclef and Ti. They made a song. You know what it is, and so they went on a popular black attorney's airplane, and he has a Boeing 757. I mean, excuse me, 737. He has a Boeing 737 that's custom. That's
Is it-
his private plane. His name is Willie Gary.
Hmm.
So Willie Gary has an airplane that would fly in. He went to 2 schools here, and so he would fly into our airport, and he would park his airplane there, and you could see his name on the airplane that said WG. And then I'd seen that same airplane in the video with Ti and Wyclef, because they allowed him to use it for the video. But I was saying all that to say that, just seeing all these people come onto the property with their own private planes, it just really allowed you to see, hey, this is possible. Other people are doing it. It's just a matter of you getting to that level.
Yeah, that definitely unlocks something in your mind when you see it. Give me a second. I'm gonna address the chat, and then after we're going to back on the Canva. I've been finding other pictures as well, and thank you for keeping me company, Simsia, on this. Let me see very quickly. Peter Investor M, in the book, The 4 Disciplines of Execution by Chris McChesney, one of their disciplines says said your bigger goals is a must be, influence and predictable by lead measures. Thank you for sharing that. Let me see. The woman who doesn't exist to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. How are you doing? I want to exist to you. I want to. So shout out to you for that. Thank you for coming here and supporting. Back again. Thank you for being here. And Jill, so true, Welton Trimming. When you live in lack, your mind won't allow you to believe in abundance. Absolutely, yes. When you do live in lack, but the thing is, and I don't want to say we all, but a lot of people in the Black community, we know what it's like to live in a crab bucket, right? And then trying something and then feeling the hate pulling you. So imagine how strong your vision board has to be, because your vision board is basically that person that's going to try to reach you, and you're going to lack on that person, try to escape the crab bucket and all the hate and everything and the struggles that's going to pull you down. You need the stronger force to pull you back up. That's how I picture the vision board, right? It's a much, much bigger than the goal list. And it serves a different purpose that is also very important and increase your odds of success. All right. So shout out to you for that. Let's see how we're doing here. Yes, you are using Canva. I'm actually using Canva. You can use it for free, right? And I'm also going to show you guys a game I learned. And it's a simple thing to do, but I'm pretty sure many of you did not know you could do that on Canva. And I hope that you can use that when you do your board, right? Your vision board or anything. If you want to do a thumbnail, if you want to do your wallpaper, any designs, you might use this feature and go from there. Shout out to you, Natasha. A monogram plane. Love to see it. Absolutely. All right, guys. So let's jump into the drawings. So I'm still collecting other pictures that I want to add, but I want to show you a feature. I don't know if Melissa is still here. Melissa Jane with her tech tips. So this is a tech tip for you guys. If you're on Canva, you could actually just copy and paste any pictures. All right. So I'm going to copy this one here. Copy an image, and then you can paste it here. There you go. You can paste it. So we're gonna do something with this picture later. Now, here's a feature I wanna do. You can click on the picture and then you go on edit image. And then when you go on edit image, you can do the background remover. So if you do the background remover, I haven't done it for this picture yet, but this is a perfect way to remove the background if you want to do a thumbnail and all that, or focusing only on one part of the picture. Then you can remove the background, and that's going to be very helpful as we're doing our vision board. Someone mentioned earlier, are we doing a digital board? We're doing it digitally. Shout out to you, Natasha. We're doing it digitally, but you could also print it, right? You could also print it. You could also print it and put it on a picture frame, right? And put it in your office. So we can start by digitally, but it doesn't have to stay in a digital realm. It can be in a physical realm too. And I think it has more power when it's physical. All right. So click on it. You click on edit, remove, background remover. You click on that. It's going to spend some time. And then, oh, okay, it removed too much of it. So I'm going to try to find another picture where I'm going to have a clear distinction between the plate, the YouTube plate versus the background. And then I think that's going to help. But let's see what it does for this one. Remove background. Let's see what that does. Yes, perfect. Look at that. Look at that. So we're gonna delete that picture for now. And then look at that. Hey, Bombardier. You can't see the name. I think this is a 7500 global. But man, look at that. Are we putting it very high? You can tittle it a little bit, or maybe it's taking flight, right? Maybe there's an airport at the end of the road, or maybe we can have a sense of scale where that plane is smaller, right? There you go. All right, so I'm going to play with that later, depending on how I decide to put my stuff. But I wanted to include that here, and using. I think this is the picture right here. You can see the sun, you can see the sea. The reason why it's easier is because the picture here, it's a clear difference between the background and the picture. So that's how you can solve this issue right here. I hope that was some you took some value on that. I hope you can use that on Canva. Again, you can use that feature if you try to do a free account or only for a month subscription, and then after you cancel it. But yeah, it's a great platform to use. Many YouTubers use that for their thumbnails, and then they can go from there. And lastly, before I let Simsia talk about as well, let me see. Ephraim Corner. I have always imagined those with a higher echelon of wealth have a different mindset on how to stay wealthy and transfer their wealth to their future generation. Yes, they do. And one thing they do is they really focus on vision boards and their goals. Their vision board and goal, they do it all of them. A perfect example is Patrick Bet David. He's a YouTuber. He talks a lot about what he does, and you can trace his life from the 2015 16 all the way to now. You can see the progression in what he's doing, his mindset. He shares a lot about his mindset. You can learn a lot from people like this, and he knows a lot of billionaires too that have a very similar mindset, right? So yeah, and now you can also do a lot of that with future generation. If you many visionaries that are billionaires, they're focusing on 100 years, the next 100 years, how they want their generation to be. If you're planning on that level, 100 years, your actions and decision on the present will be much, much different. You're not thinking on the next day to day, you're thinking on 10 centuries ahead, right? And these are different type of people. You need a certain level of work to get there, but all in times. And that's one of the reasons why I have a road, right? There is a time for everything. First, you have to get out of the crab bucket. Then you have to start getting momentum so that you can be comfortable with prosperity. And then once you have with prosperity, retirement, you start building that generational wealth. And as you build that generational wealth, you start thinking of the next 50 to 100 years. What do we want to do with that money, right? But that money has to be a lot more than you can spend in one lifetime for you to start really to be serious about taking it that way. All right. You can also restore what you didn't want to remove. Restore what you didn't want to remove. Okay, yes, I'm still learning the game when it comes to Canva. She's probably a lot better in Canva than I am as a YouTuber. 5,000 subscribers. So make sure you subscribe to her channel, guys. Tasha from Major Change Group. And I hope you are enjoying this stream, Tasha. I hope you're really enjoying the stream. I enjoy having you here as well and sharing on the comments. I like Canva and Photoshop. Absolutely. Me, honestly, once I learned about Canva, I think I stopped learning about Photoshop, but there is still a lot more I need to learn from it. But I learned that this week that you can remove the background, and I've been having fun with it since. And there. Anything you wanted to share on that, Samsia, about hey, I do is that something you use as a YouTuber, Canva?
Yeah, so last night I spent probably 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out how to do a thumbnail. And man, you know, it felt so good last night for me to finally figure out how to do like a what I would call a high quality thumbnail, and it took me a long time. I've discovered that not a lot of people really show you the real secrets. A lot of the stuff you have to figure it out on your own. But yeah, so Canva is the ultimate tool. But I'm using the free version. And I did have the 30-day trial, or I actually paid for it for a couple of months, but I wasn't doing anything with it. So um, Canva is the ultimate tool right now. I think it's cool. I think there's a lot of stuff that can be done with it, which it's just layers deep, the value that you can really invoke from it. So those are the types of things right there, being able to like what you're doing right there, being able to move stuff quickly. I've messed around with Photoshop, and Photoshop, it's just the learning curve is it's so it's so difficult. I mean, it's so difficult for you to work with Photoshop that you'll
Yeah.
spend more time trying to learn it than you would actually using it.
Exactly, man. More time. Totally agree with you. I'm actually just because I think just from Tasha's comment alone, I wanted to dive deeper on this feature here. I'm not sure if that's what she was referring to, but right now that picture right here to me is a picture I want to use on my vision board, and also I'm noticing that I can delete things on it. I try to remove the background, and then there are a couple things like this that were still there. So I'm like, hey, what if I could delete things on it? And then it was that easy. I just saw
No,
the feature, and then I started clicking on it. I'm like, oh, okay, it works. So I
Ta-
literally learned that right now as I was trying to do this picture here.
no, Tasha was referring to the restore option where you so like let's say for instance like that plaque, and you saw how it took away a whole bunch of the surface from the
Okay.
plaque. If you were to select the restore brush, and so everywhere that you use the brush, it would expose those areas that were previously
Oh,
removed. So restore does the opposite of erase.
of what I'm doing right now. Okay. Okay, yes, yes. I'm actually gonna because I tried to find another picture like this. I didn't find very quickly what I wanted to find. Something that was up close at the same time, far from the background, so it could work well. Uh, but I think for the purpose of what I'm trying to do, this is enough. And I'm going to remove the sun here because I already have a sun. And how do we remove the sun? Doesn't work. I think that's good enough for what I want to say. Eh, yeah, good. Now I'm going to show you why I'm putting this picture here. I wonder if you could give colors to. No, you can't give color to something that is black and white. But let me see. Maybe very saturated. Oh, look at that. Yes. And then that's the thing. You could go and adjust many different things. You can blur. All right. So blur is good. Oh, maybe you can. Let's see what that does. Tint. Let's go on the tint here. Yeah, that's good. And then warmth versus cold. Ooh, I like that. All right. We're doing something here. We're doing some stuff. Now, there is a reason why I'm putting this picture. And then I wanted to do, I'll explain that later, but I'm going to put that somewhere here on the road. And then I need the plaque to put it before I get there. And let's see. Okay, so I can't find the plaque, but I'll go find it later. But yeah, let me see what the chat is saying. Deep learning curve. Is that you're talking about Photoshop, right? Yeah, Photoshop is crazy, man. Um, let's see. But I'm going to try that trick that you say with the picture I was saying. I think that's going to be a solution. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. If I was trying to do this alone, I would probably not even figure it out. But I have you guys here to help me as well, and it's great to have some company as well. Thank you for that. Photoshop still has more effects than Canva. Yes, of course. But if you're doing something you want to do very quick, very easy to go, Canva is the way to go. Deep learning curve, absolutely, exactly. You can do some magical things too. Um, with what? With Photoshop? I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. Some people are getting paid just to operate their Photoshop skills. So, absolutely, gamers use Photoshop. I don't debate that at all. I agree. All right, so let's try to find that. There you go. That's what I wanted to do. We find that picture again, and then let's do what. So we're gonna remove the background first, and then we're going to do restore. Right? That's what she said. So let's go. Let's go here and increase the brush. Now here's the interesting thing. You notice that I took a silver play button from a YouTuber. I think that YouTuber's name is Flow Grappling with 100,000 subscribers. Hey, guess what I'm going to do on my vision board? I'm not going to put this guy name on my vision board. The heck is that?
You're gonna add your text up there, huh?
Of course, Ariel. That guy doesn't give me happiness. My name gives me happiness. And wealth engineering also gives me, and that's the name that gives me happiness, right? It's a name I really put a lot of thoughts into before I come up with the word wealth engineering. And that's exactly what I want to achieve is basically engineering the wealth and teaching people how to engineer wealth. I spent a long time to be an engineer. So definitely want to come up and say, hey, why not be a wealth engineer? If there are like chemical engineer, electrical engineer, there are jokes engineers, comedians are jokes engineers, right? Why not a wealth engineer? That's where their name comes from. All right, so I'm working on this here, but I hope you're getting some games. If you didn't know about this, now you know how to do it. And notice how now I click on the picture, it opens a new kind of set of features that I can use with it. If I click on done, I'll go back to my other form of content that I can use or different settings I can do with this. So it's very easy to play with. I didn't know I could do all that, and I've been using that for years just to do basic stuff, basic PowerPoints stuff, and I did basic thumbnails with my thing as well. But yeah, I'll play with that later. But you guys can talk. What? Let me see what the chat is saying. I'm Wally. You're a gamer. Gamers, great board ideas. Thanks, family. No worries. I'm talking about big YouTuber gamers. Yes, they are. GC Wealth Engineering. Just creating wealth engineering. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. All right, guys. So yeah. So basically your vision board would be simple, Simsiak. Is that correct? You would simply have um your would it be a ticket to go to space with Mr. Richard Branson, or is it with Elon Musk? What would make you more happy? And who would you put on that plane? Is it would you put Nelson Mandela on that plane? Like, is there like another character that brings you happiness or you took inspiration from? Like, tell me more about that part.
Well, I really, in sitting up here going through this exercise with you, I'd say that it probably served me well for me to go ahead and revisit the vision that I have in mind. So, as far as people who would be there, I don't know. I'm at a place where I don't idolize people as much as I used to. So I'd say my family is really who are the people that would be accompanying me in many of my missions.
Mm.
Uh, the people who are prominent or have done things in, in the world, they have their own family, honestly. So I'm focusing on more of like, let me put on my mask first before I can put on anyone else's mask on
Man.
afterwards. So that's where I'm at. So as far as anything beyond that, I'm not at that place. I think I've gleaned some of my inspiration from the movie like Elysium. I don't know if you've seen Elysium.
Elysium, is that the movie with the guy with the robots and not robots? He had like a mechanical suit, and he was trying to get to a space shuttle because that's where the rich people were living.
Yeah, yeah. So
I forgot
yeah,
his name.
so
What's his name again?
Matt Damon.
I keep forgetting. Matt Damon. Yes.
So Matt Damon, I believe that there will be a community of well-to-do people who are somewhere up there in the colony. And there was that, and then there was another movie that I've seen from like the '90s where at the last minute, all the wealthy people got on their planes, and then they flew off to a specific place to get on another ship, and then they flew off into
Hmm.
like a protected area, in order for them to be able to move on to the next colony or what have you. But I don't know.
Yo,
I'm
you
a
know,
sci-fi. I'm a sci-fi guy.
I'm a sci-fi guy too, but I don't think too deep on. But to me, that's kind of depressing a little bit, eh? To basically, like, to basically escape the world like that, and then you escape the world like that. That means the world is ending, man. That's sad. But to be honest with you, Simsia, I've um, I've thought about that too. I've thought about that, and to be honest with you, when 2016, I wanted to make, I wanted to be as wealthy as I could. That's one of the scenarios that I actually picture. That at some point we might have to leave Earth in my generation, not my kids. In my generation, do I believe this will happen? I don't know. You know what I do? I want to have the option. Should something as far as this happen, then I can um I can do something about it. I have the mean to actually pay that tickets and leave. Right. I don't know if you saw that movie 2012. Remember, the same thing happened. They had only the wealthy could buy the tickets to the boat, and and many people, in that movie, they pass away, but the wealthy, they were able to buy that ticket for $1 billion on the boat. Did you remember that movie?
I do. I partially the name of the movie was 2012.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh man, classic, bro,
I don't. I don't.
classic.
I don't know if I missed it, man. It's now. One of the things that I did see. I don't know. One of the things that I did see in some of those movies, you saw people who were wealthy. You just saw them scrambling and getting to. They were getting to a scarce place where they had a scarcity mindset. So then you started finding them doing like things out of desperation, whether it was them taking out other people in order for them to be able to survive. So that's
Yeah.
a tough position when you can say, hey, I worked hard in order for me to be here. but then you start figuring out who can I take out that's in my way that's going to get in the way of me surviving.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Like, that's the thing, man. It doesn't matter which color you are, man. Human nature is the same everywhere you go. And when you go in human nature, you go in a place of, you're not. Oh man, I wish I could delete that. I can't. Man, yeah. When you go in human nature, and then you can't, you don't have that abundance, right?
Control Z. If you click cancel,
No, because I think I escaped that picture, and then now I'm trying to remodify it again. So all
no. You see right there where it says resize, there's a back arrow. Was it very far? Was it a long time ago when you did it?
Yeah, oh, resize here, back
To the
arrow
right,
on.
to the right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Oh shit! Now I can go back.
Do control Y.
Not sure what. Oh man.
I don't know what you have, a Mac or what do you have?
Um, I have a Windows. It sucks. I don't want to have to do all this work again. But hey, anyway. Oh, I have an idea. You know what? Here's a simpler way to do it. Here's a much simpler way to do it. There you go. Crop right here, and then I'm gonna crop right here. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Just crop and then crop, and then I'm good with that if that's cropped too. There you go. Ta-da! And then I'm going to just dump this here.
Oh, I would go ahead and crop the bottom out. Make it.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's the kind of an angle. But that's where I would remove that that background. Yeah, I can crop that a little bit. That's what I'll remove that background. But anyway, don't worry about it. I'll fix that. What is the chat saying? Great idea. Super volcano. Look up super volcano in yellow. Oh, Yellowstone area. If that explodes, mankind is over. That's exactly what the movie was about. 2012.
Is that the one? There was one with like Jodie Foster or something like that.
That was Elysium. Jill's chocolate. I'm inspired for this live. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. If you take inspiration from this, that's the whole point. I want to show you the end product at the end. You're gonna take me some time, but I'll definitely show you the end products. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me fix that while you talk.
No, I was saying there's so many movies that I've seen like that. There was one movie where people had to drill down to the core of the earth, and there was something that was happening at the core of the earth. There's like some kind of seismic activity. That was from like the early '90s too.
Yo, that was one of the classic movie, right? That was Bruce Willis.
No, man, not Bruce Willis, man. It was like Jodie Foster or something like that. It was like her and like a team of like 6 people. What, she stole my thunder? It's like a team of like.
Foster was not on that one. I know what you mean, though. The travel to. I'm surprised. I don't.
It went to the center of the earth.
I'm confusing that with the because Bruce Willis did a movie like that, but he was in space. There was another one that you're right. That was on a core. Like everything was freaking out on Earth, right? Like they had like crazy thunderstorms, and they wanted to put like nuclear bombs to get the core to rotate again. Crazy.
Yeah, they had to dislodge something down there, and so they had to drill all the way down there in order for it to happen. But then there was another one where it was like something. I don't know if it was like a meteor or something like that, and it was something at like a national park, or I can't remember, man. It's just
You go check out 2012, bro.
Let me see if I can look at the art for it and see if I can.
Man, 2012 is something else. 2012, man, that's something else, my friend. It's it's something else. That's like all I gotta say. Anyway, let me keep removing this. I wanna Definitely got to remove the flow grabbing. I think that should be the first thing I do. Now, you were asking earlier, why did I put the picture of I put a picture, and I'll show you very quickly for those who didn't know, see it. This picture right here, the team. The team, we kind of like that sunny side, kind of like the 12 disciples, right? I put that picture here for a reason. And the reason why I did that, it's because I have this image in my head where, oh no, 1 second. Yeah, I have this image in my head where I have a network of people that I work with. I don't want to call them employees, okay? But it's kind of like an employees relationship, but it's not really an employee. But it's people basically that I bring around with me in my private jet, that whenever I go with these people, I have an idea of what I want to achieve. And then this team is here to execute my ideas into reality. I know my strengths. I want to design that team so that I, for every, I can stay on my strength. They can maximize my own strength, and they can minimize my my weakness. And that means their like that means my weakness will be their strength. For example, for me, it's very hard for me to focus. It's very easy for me to generate ideas, but it's very hard for me to focus. So one things I would like to do is to have a team to focus on different aspect of a project. Let's say I go to the Caribbean, Jamaica, or let's say I go to Africa. That's literally something I want to do in Africa, right? And that's what I wanted the sea on my picture, because the sea symbolizes infinite possibilities for me. This is where I built my wealth, right? Going back to my picture, this is where I built my wealth, but the sea symbolize, okay, what's on the beyond? What's out there in the beyond? And I'm traveling to go get it. That's what I wanted to see. I want to do something, and that sea could be a country across the Atlantic, like somewhere somewhere in Africa. What if I go in Africa, I see plenty of opportunities. I come up with an idea, a couple ideas I want to try. I have the fun as the investor, right? I have the fun. I want to make it a reality. And then I have the team with me. One team is going to go with marketing. Another team is going to go with operations, supply chain, and all that, right? And then I travel. We give a timeline, 6 months. This is what we want to see done. We build a thing, we sell it to another group, or we hire the locals to take over, we train them, and then we move to the next projects. And then all over again. I want to start, let's say, international real estate business. Fine. I got one place, we have a land, I have a team here to operate it for me to do the day-to-day. One thing I desperately want in that team is an assistant, because I can't keep track of anything in my life. An assistant would be like, oh my God, I would die to have this. But so I'm saying, like, that's what I want. And that team to me would keep me so happy. But why? Because that team symbolize ideas into reality. And one thing that I struggle with is depression, guys. When I was going through depression, one of the things that I noticed is the reason why I was going through depression is because I had so many ideas in my mind, but I had no power to achieve it. No power to achieve it. And when I actually have the power and time and money to achieve my ideas, it keeps me super motivated, super happy, super energized. So if I could achieve many different things, many business across the world, across Canada, across the States, right? And I have a system that whenever I start a project, I know within 6 to 12 months, I can give a deliverable, right? I have a deliverable, I have a team. That to me will be super, it will be priceless, to be honest. It will be priceless, because we're not talking about wealth anymore. We're talking about a system that keeps me active, that keeps me energized, that keeps me producing more goods, more value for the community, right? And it helps me stay sane, not working for other people, working for myself, right? And then, yes, and then achieving things. As an engineer, one of the things that I gravitate towards as an engineer was the ability. One thing I fall in love with as an engineer was the ability to transform your idea into physical things. Oh man, you gotta delete this comment right here. Um, I gotta go on YouTube. I'm noticing whenever I have a bot showing up here, my streams become super like. So I gotta delete those bots. But anyway, yeah, that's what I noticed, guys. I noticed like when I when I do these things, I stay energized. I stay happy. I'm not working for anyone else. I'm working on myself, and I'm working on achieving things. And one of the things I love about engineers, if they have the ability, the skills to manifest what they come in their mind into a reality. And that's one of the things why I wanted to be an engineer is because I wanted to do the same thing. So what I'm doing this basically, guys, it's simply putting everything on that I would love to manifest in this lifetime. I'm not expecting to achieve any of that, but at the same time, it does not mean that my goals on a yearly basis cannot be aligned with that big vision. All right. So, for example, I showed you a team. Well, that team is working on a business. That business might be a corporation. It might be a JC corporation, right? That means eventually, if I want to have that business, I need to learn how to negotiate. I need to learn how to raise capital. I need to raise how to raise money. Right? These can be my yearly goals, but my big vision is to have that team. Whenever I walk in a country, a project with that team, I can achieve great things. What are your thoughts on that, Timsia? Oh, by the way, The Core. That's a great point. The Core was the good movie. I think it's The Core that he was referring to when we were talking about that.
Yeah. I like that. So have you considered ways that you can go about curating that environment for yourself,
Yeah.
like with a virtual assistant? How has that experience been?
Oh, well, there's many ways I could do it. You could go with Fiverr or Upwork to hire someone. But the part that I hate, because I'm super lazy, man. You gotta know the strengths and your weakness, right? The part that I hate is that I have to type. I have to type to the person what I want to achieve, and I have to tell them, "Hey, this is what I want," and I have to explain it to them, and it just becomes so much work. I mean, it's a lot easier if I would just, um, have someone with me. They see what I see. They understand exactly how I think. We have experience thinking that way. We have experience working with each other, and then and then you go out there and you do it. I want to have someone in my team that I don't even have to say. They already know what to do. That's the type of team I would love to have.
But you gotta graduate to that place, no?
I get, man, that we get. What did I say? That's the reason why you have vision board. To graduate to that space, you're gonna have to have several goals. First, you're gonna have to make the money to pay for someone to follow you like this, right? And then that's definitely the first thing you're gonna have to do. Second, you're gonna have to have the demand to require the assistant. If my job is simply making YouTube videos, I might not necessarily need an assistant, or maybe one might be all right. But if I'm telling you, my job is to have a real estate, international real estate company. That's one of the many things I want to have. So I need an assistant that can keep track with, hey, my wife is calling me on the line. I need to be able to remember to tell the the ladies that are taking care of my kids to go get some groceries because my wife needs it. And maybe my assistant can take care of all that, and I can focus on things, more things to build. That's to me is the ideal life. right? That I can, all my times is focusing on producing, and creating my ideas into reality, and then limit and find sometimes with my family as well to enjoy some of that, maybe 3 times a year where I go on vacation and all that. But I want to go aggressive when it comes to things like this. All right. So yeah, yeah, I agree with you. You gotta graduate, but the part of the vision board, it doesn't have to be too serious. It just have to be fun, and that would be fun to me. Would that be
Yeah,
fun to you?
yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense. Makes sense. And a lot of times, I'd say that we know what we need to do. It's just finding finding the inspiration to actually get us to the place where we actually do it.
Absolutely, man.
That's uh,
Absolutely.
that's it. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah, so I'm not at a place where I'm looking for a personal assistant. With real estate, you do end up needing some help.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like making phone calls and stuff like that. You find yourself requiring someone to help you out. But
Oh, ridiculous. And
then you
just
need to
for any
understand that.
business,
Yeah.
if you're not organized in your business, right? You're not going, like, for example, one of the things that every businessman needs to do is to keep tracks of their expenses and receipt and all that so that you can reclaim all that for tax purpose. Like, if you, like me, I'm super disorganized when it comes to that. Super disorganized. But I know the value of saving that money and those receipts and all that. I've done it before in my life, that I know the value, right? But to be honest with you, man, it was so much work that, man, I need that peace and freedom. And I told you I'm lazy, so sometimes I would much rather not do it just because I want the peace, and cry later than when I get taxed, right? So whereas some people, shout out to Cashflow if he's still here, it would probably like still want to do all that because to him tax is just such a trust, like like such an abomination, right? That he would spend the time. Whereas me, I'm just, man, I'm I I look at risk, I look at reward. I love to sleep, and I love just I would like to just pay to for my thoughts. I love to think, and I want to get paid for my thoughts and not having to do any other thing. I don't mind going on YouTube and have a stream, but if I have to edit it, I have to like do research on many things. It's like, doesn't really interest me. So yeah, if we're talking about dream here, right? If I was thinking about my dream would be, man, I have someone who's just take care of all that for me.
Yeah, man. We got Hey, that could be on your 2022,
Goals?
goals.
I I think that might be 2023, but hey, we'll see. All right, guys. So I modified the picture for um for wealth engineering. So I have, just so that you can see, I have wealth engineering, and then 100,000 subscribers. This is more like a goal per se, but the reason why I have it there, it's what it symbolized. The plaque is recognized worldwide, and I'm Asian, right? The reason why I want to put it there is because that brings me happiness, that if I could achieve something as an Asian, to that the world recognize. To me, that symbolizes putting Haiti in the map. So it's not necessarily just a goal, although in itself it is a goal, but I also want to do it as a way to symbolize putting Haiti in the map. All right. And I guess I could put a flag, Asian flag. If you go on, I think you can pull flags here. There you go. You can do that. I have the pro account, so I can pull that one. So at the end of the day, that's really what I want to do. I want to do something on this life where I put Haiti on the map. And that's going to be consistent in my life. So I'm going to put that right here on my journey. So that is both a goal and a big vision, because that is consistent with my whole life. If I do something where I put Haiti on the map, it's a vision. Then I want to have a business where I have a team, and that team is going to help me achieve many different businesses. So here's the road. I'm here. I'm going to keep working, and then I'm going to do 100,000 subscribers, which is one goal. But also by doing that, I'm putting Haiti on the map. Then I'm going to have a team that's going to help me achieve many things. And by doing that, I'm also putting Haiti on the map, right? Because it's just a different method of doing that. And also that's a team that allows me to produce many things. And that's the team that's going to help me generate the money for this. Right? See how it goes? That's what I wanted to show on my vision board, is the sense of timeline and sense of things that all of them resonate with me. Now, the other things I want to do is having a big house. And that's where you're going to be like, man, this guy's crazy. So let me make space for that big house. We're going to put them right here. I want to be able to say that right here. And then we're going to put the house right there. I literally want to have a house on top of a hill where I can see the beach. So that in itself is already a goal that I have. I bought a land on the Cayman Island that is not far from the beach, 5-minute walk from the beach. And then I don't think I'll have a view from the beach, from the house, but it's close enough, right? And at least I'm already working towards that goal. But why stop there, right? Why stop there? I really want to put these guys on top of the hill, because I want to symbolize that these guys, they're helping me conquer the world. And what a better way to illustrate that here. We can put this slightly further along the line. And the house is going to be right here. Now I'm going to find pictures for the house, but before we get there, let me see. Let me see some comments already. Look at that. Tasha is laughing at my things here. Hey, don't worry, man. It's supposed to go nuts. Paris Johnson, how you doing? Yes, I'm lazy, guys. I'm lazy. I want to have someone to just, When I was in Haiti, I had a nanny. My parents had two nannies and someone else to take care of many things in the house. And in Haiti, it's not expensive to have nannies. That's why it was. So although we didn't have a lot of money, in a sense, we had a lot of abundance that a lot of people in America don't have, right? So I guess that's why I grew up in a lazy way, and then now I want people to take care of my things. But man, I would love to have an assistant, man. Actually, I gotta make sure that my assistant is not too hot, because if she's too hot and taking care of everything, that's gonna cause problems in my marriage. So because I'm gonna fall in love with that person, man. So I gotta make sure that I get an assistant, an assistant that is good looking enough so that I'm happy to have her around, but not too hot, and that she doesn't take care of too many things so that I don't have problems in my marriage. Oh man, that's a shout out, Fire That Canadian. What are you talking about, man? Mansion bigger than big house. We'll see. Mr. Boy, how are you doing? Jill, Fire. What do you say? What's up? What do you mean? Let me know in the chat. Why that face? But anyway, all right, guys. So it's time to do the house. I'm going to find some pictures.
Salute to Mr. Boy. That's my nephew.
Oh yeah. Hey, how you doing, man? Shout out to you. All right. So, how about you, Simsia? Are you the type of guy of mention?
My type of guy where with talking about not wanting to have the hot assistant.
No, I mean, if you want to comment on that, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that all guys who are executives, they end up with some sort of assistant that helps them facilitate a lot of the different tasks.
Oh yeah.
But I'm trying to remember what the other aspects you could relate to. In reference to wanting to carry your country on your back. Is that the part
I
you're
wouldn't
asking
say
me?
I wouldn't say carry because that's too much of a burden. To be honest with you, that's a burden I do not want to do. That does not make me happy at all. What I guess you could call it an ambassador in the sense that I'm an ambassador and what I do promote the country. I want to change the perception. I want to do something in my life where I change the perception of the country because whenever you think of Haiti, the first thing you think about is that those flies that lands on those kids, those hungry kids in their eyes, And then I want to change that image in with wealth. I want to be like I just bought a private jet and I'm Asian. I want to have like my toilet papers and also the toilet papers in gold so that I just took care of my behind with some gold paper, legit gold fibers in those papers, man, so that I change the perception of what people think about when they think about Haiti, and they're not necessarily thinking about those uh those flies that lies on hungry people. I want to show a different type of anger, a anger for more wealth, an anger for world domination, an anger for wealth generation. That's what I'm looking at. What do you thought? Yeah, I think you're on mute. I think you're on mute.
My bad. I think those are really good points, and those are admirable. I don't know if I've never seen Haiti as one of the nations that had the children with the fly and the big stump elephant foot virus and fetching dirty water. I don't know if that's something that I've really seen
You
from.
you may not see it, but trust me, man. First, I can tell you for a fact that's a reality.
Really.
Now I'm telling you, as a nation, that is a reality. Everything you just mentioned, I literally saw it in Haiti. So for me, the fact that it can be said is already a problem. The other part that annoys me is that it's kind of like when Trump says, like Trump said something about Haiti. In one herd, in one hand, I'm like, yeah, as a president, you need to go that low. But in another hand, he's right. We shouldn't put ourselves in a situation where presidents of other countries are lacking respect for us like this. So I took it as a challenge to be like, let me show you how it's done. I'm wiping my behind. And what an arrogant way to show wealth. Sorry, guys, sorry. But man, wouldn't that show a message to the world on Asian? That's not the image you associate with Haiti. You don't even associate Haiti with gold. You don't. No one ever make that. And guess what? I've literally saw trucks of gold as I was going to school. The UN came. They were loading trucks with gold. I never saw gold in my life. It was a rock, and there was like some shiny things in it. And then it landed. It's got off the truck. It landed and fell on my dad's car.
Oh wow.
And then after we stopped, we grab it. I grabbed it, and that sparked in me basically a desire to start collecting precious rocks. The day that it started was that day that I literally saw brute. It was like raw gold, right? And then my dad was telling me, yeah, people, the United States, Bill Clinton was leading all that. It was they want to come here, take our gold, hashtag gold rush. And then, yeah, they were just sipping out gold. And Haiti has plenty of gold, but we don't even have the resources to exploit it, to even extract it. So other people are coming from other country and doing that for us. So you don't even associate Haiti with gold. And I want to change that perception, bro. I want to show that I'm wealthy. I want to show that I want to inspire an entire generation that they can do the same because I grew up the same place they did. And I want to wipe my behind with papers made of fiber gold fibers. That's what I want to do, man. And I want to record it on YouTube, getting millions of views, and maybe that will get me the gold plaque. Who knows, right? But I want to change that perception. So you may not have seen it, but trust me, it's there and it's a reality.
Man, yeah, I had no idea, man. I had no idea. That's wild. But yeah, I mean, I could understand where that comes from, you know, and maybe, you've been figuring out how to channel this opulence that you have in your mind that you'd like to project.
Yeah, bro.
Uh,
Yeah.
that's cool. I don't know, I'm from South Africa, so I don't know, in America, South Africans, I don't know. Well, there's some other nations, but South Africa has one of the smallest amount of people that are actually in America because I don't know.
Wait. Could you repeat that? South Africa as what?
South Africa does not have South Africans do not migrate to America, right?
Okay.
Unless they're coming for like educational purposes. Let me say, Black South Africans do
Shout
not
out to Elon
migrate.
Musk. But wait. So you're saying that out of all, like, there is a very small community of South African
Very
in
small.
America or in North America in anywhere in the
What,
world. Period.
where I'm at in North Carolina, there's a smaller population of South Africans compared to some of the other nations. And
Okay. Okay.
so, and so, as far as finding community, it's a little bit more sparse. There's not as many people that you'll be able to find community with. But I don't know, like there's just various different impressions that people have. South Africa has been a destination for so many people, so it's hard for me to try to go against like maybe the trope that's been associated with South Africa,
Yeah.
similar to what you're talking about. I don't know. I guess I'd have to identify the way that I would like for it to be told. Honestly, maybe,
Mm.
maybe, maybe the way that I could define it is this. I actually had a guy, a real estate investor here that's here in North Carolina, and he went to South Africa, and I made an attempt to connect him with my brother in order for my brother to introduce him to some of the things that he could do down there, right?
Hmm.
Not knowing that he had access to a guy who was rich, and this guy was getting him into game reserves. So they were living and staying on game reserves where in the backyard they have leopards and lions and everything like that roaming around in the backyard. And those are things that I personally or my brother has no access to. So here I am making an attempt to connect him with like getting a real South African experience, not realizing that the other people that have greater access, far greater access than myself or even my family, right? So maybe me having an opportunity to introduce or expose people to South Africa on my own, sharing some of the same experiences, taking them to this game reserves and allowing them to see this mountain or this cave or maybe seeing where people mined gold way back in the day or something like that. But those are things that I don't have access to them, so I
Hmm.
can't give them that experience.
All right. So I found a couple of pictures I want to talk about, but I want to acknowledge the chat. I see you guys being active, and thank you again for still being here, guys, and supporting. I know it's a long stream. We're doing it together, and I hope you take a lot of inspiration from this and you work on your own. All right, that's the goal of this. Thank you very much. Shout out to Gabriel, JC for Asian president, and also there's another comment I saw. The woman who doesn't exist to you. On behalf of the Asian delegation. She's Asian. Shout out to you. I see wealth engineering for prime minister. Well, I want to be your prime minister. First, I got to exist to you, right? Sorry, I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. But thank you very much. But to be honest with you guys, I do not want to get in Asian politics. Nothing. Anyway, I don't want to make this a political stream. I do not want to get this. Does not give me any sense of happiness because politics to me means you're talking it out. You talk, but you're not going to walk it. Right? I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an engineer. I like to design things and I like to make it a reality. So that means I cannot. This is total opposite to politicians. Politicians are here to stop entrepreneurs from achieving greater things. Right? Entrepreneurs and business and engineers, they're here to design and create things and make it as fast as possible. So I want to dive deep into creating things, man. I do not want to be mingling, wasting any time in politics. To me, the only reason I need politicians is just to approve my projects, to make it happen faster. Because and as you guys can see, though, even the way I'm doing my vision boards, I'm utilizing it. I'm building a team to make things happen faster, right? That's the thing that drives me. I'm stressed when I can't get things done. I'm like an energy bunny. I want to like go out there and here done, here done, and then just get as many things done as possible. And I get addicted with that too. That's the other thing. If I get one thing and two things successful, I get that momentum and I want to make it even faster, even faster. So that's what I want to do. I'm designing my life so that I can slowly get to a point. But when I start scaling, whew, watch out, watch out, watch out. So politics cannot be, I cannot do that with politics. I will only be interested in politics if I get to a level where I need to achieve something extremely big. And then the only way to achieve it is to be that president or be that prime minister. That's the only way I would consider, but that means I would have to achieve many other things prior to get there. And who knows? Who knows? We'll see. But anyway, thank you for the comments. And Haiti has an abundance of gold reserve, especially during Aristide. I think you meant Aristide. Yeah, Aristide time stolen by the power. That was in 1995. I was 9 years old. I think. Yeah, I was 9 years old. 1995 when that truck. So literally saw a truck and the rocks just boom, and my dad was telling me this is what raw gold looks like. And I'm like, it doesn't look like the shiny block you see in TV. It's like, no. And my dad was using that as a teaching moment to show me like every great things. It needs a lot of work, like a diamond. It needs a lot of work to be shiny and precious. And that was a great teaching moment for me as well. So yeah, yes, Haiti has gold. Haiti has oil, my friend. Some rumors are saying Haiti as equivalent to a reserve of oil as Venezuela, which so it's no one ever tapped it. Think about it. The entire world, they're all extracting their oil, right? We haven't even touched ours yet. So, get it? So if we start doing it, it's a different story. And these are the things I'm looking into, right? But anyway, I don't want to make it. I'm here to think about happiness, guys. Who's I'm here to make it happen. All right. Shout out to you guys. Thank you, J Bones, for being active on the chat. Let me see. Yes, it is rough. Might as well be walking into hell. Don't get me started, my friend. Canva engineering. Absolutely. Argon oil is in my interest. Okay, no worries. All right, guys. So I wanted to show you very quickly pictures I got into and why I selected it. Let me share my screen with you. So now we're building my house for my vision board. And I selected this picture for many reasons. First, this picture is a beautiful house. Beautiful house. Look at the thing. Second, it's on top of a hill. This is one of my dreams because as a visionary, guys, I love seeing a large landscape. And the larger the landscape, the more my mind can expand and think big. That brings me happiness. Whenever I go in an office, I always look for the window offices because whenever I need to think, I look at the window and then it allows my mind to just expand. That makes me truly happy, right? So if I'm on top of a hill, I can see very far, and the further I can see, the further I can impact, right? And that's one of the reasons I chose this house. Second, I find the colors are beautiful. The water, it's on top of a hill. It fits very well with my team here on my things and all that. Fine. The other things I want to do in a house, and I see all of these in this house, and this is where you're going to say I'm crazy, guys. This is where you're going to say I'm crazy. But honestly, this is something that brings me true happiness. Okay. It's here's I modified this house. So I'm going to put it on top of the hill at the end of the road. But I want to show you a reason why I put these icons on this house. Okay. I want to design a house maybe like this, where I have a room. So I picture this house as, let me Energizer Bunny. Yes, that's me, man. I want to picture this house, guys, as uh, I want to as two floors, and every part of the house is modular. So basically, it's kind of like four house making one giant house. And the way I define this house is I want to have a team for each part of the house. And where I take my inspiration from is the elements. I'm talking about fire, water, earth, and air or wind, right? So that's what you're seeing here. Now, for example, the fire room would be the entertainment room, the display of passion room. But on the bottom floor, that's what it would be. So I would probably have um pool table there, movie theaters. I would probably have what's the thing that you do when you throw the ball and then you hit a bunch of bottles? I forgot the name for that.
Bowling.
Yeah. Bowling, bowling. So yeah. I would like to have that. That would be on the fire room, right? But all that would be on the bottom floor. On the top floor, it would also be a fire room, passion, purpose, but it's for me. So basically, the house would be made in a way that the top floors is for me and my family, and then the bottom floor it's basically for me and my family and the public. Made my entertainment room. This is where if I want to do a business meeting and all that, if I want to do an event and all that, that's what the bottom floors are. All right. Now, if I in the for example, if I can leave literally on the fire section on the of the house, and that would be just the top, the second floor on the fire section if I wanted to. And the reason why I'm putting it that way because fire to me is the symbol of passion, the drive, and if I want to be inspired the energy, I'm going to live in that section of that house, right? On the second floor. And if I need entertainment, I need to socialize with people, I need to bring that passion with me. I'm going to be on the second on the first floor of the house and then and inviting friends, inviting party, right? So a water, same thing. I want to have a water part of the house. And there would also be on the second floor a water part of the house. And the water is more calm, more relaxed, right? And that's you see this house, they have this pool, it's relaxed. So I would put that section of the water part of the house, but I would design my own house, right? And then the same thing, cool, relax. I have the passion, I have the drive. This is more like the relaxation. This is more like, okay, after I work so hard, I need to go there and relax and like basically think about it and meditate, maybe like all that would be in this part of the house, right? All that to design to keep my mind away from the world and just relaxing. Same thing for my family on the second floor, and then same thing for the public. If let's say people are having a party and then they wanted to relax, and they can share the public pool, and I would have a private pool upstairs. So that's the way I think about this house. Now, the earth part of the house is more like building your body, building the foundations, right? So I would have gym. That's where the biggest kitchen of the house would be in in the earth section of the house, right? You're taking care of your physical aspect of you. It's all designed to bring the best. I would have a gym. I would have a nutritionist working in there. I want to have what else? I'm taking care of my hair, right? Maybe I want to have my own barbershop. Shout out to my Discord group. We were talking about that, and I thought that was so funny. They were talking about you have your own barber traveling with you, so that if you always look good on the public, then there. So all that will be part of my earth section. And again, people on the first floor, they can enjoy all of that, and then on the second floor is more private for me and my family. And then here is the air room, or let's call it the sky room, the air, the sky, um, wind, right? And in this room, guys, now when I had this idea, I was literally visualizing it, and it was as if I was in a house. and I want to sleep, guys. I don't know if you know if you come. I'll show you guys. Have you ever seen the star on a Rolls Royce? Like, do you know the Rolls Royce car? Yeah, you're on mute, by the way.
The spirit of excellence.
There is that, but I'm talking about the Rolls Royce car and then the interior. They made
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I forgot they call it. It's with fiber optic cable, but yeah, I can't. Yeah, I know you're talking about the star. It's like a skyline inside there. You see like the stars, right?
mm, mm. That's exactly what you see. Let me show you guys. Exactly. Look at this. Look at this car, guys. The car, you just lay like a boss. And looking now, this is not a sunroof, guys. This is like LED lights that are putting it like this, and then people are forming like galaxies. Some people are putting galaxies in there, but it's the stars. So when you look up, it gives you that impression that you are in stars. I found that idea amazing. But here is how I wanted to modify this idea. I wanted to replicate that on my master bedroom. I wanted to replicate that on my master bedroom. And to me, they're not going aggressive enough. What I would do, guys, I would have the entire Milky Way on my galaxy. And I want it in a way that there is a sunroof on my master bedroom. If I want it, I can open it and I have the sun coming in. And then if I close it, then I see that Milky Way right here, bro. Milky Way light. And then I wanted to have a way that if I want, I can control the dimness of the room, and I want to have only these source of lights from the galaxy / stars illuminating the master bedroom. That to me is beautiful. That's what I want. That would make me super happy. The amount of ideas that I will be able to generate if I surround myself in a house like this, I would be a production machine. I would come up because I remember I'm a futuristic guys. I'm a creative guys, and if I surround myself in an environment that is utilizing every aspect of my creativity, I'm telling you, man, I will buy that private jet if I had a house like that, right? So I that's what I want to have in the sky room, in the earth room. I really want to create that thing, and I want to go nuts with it too. I want to put crystals on top of LEDs to show like stars, and I have a different type of brightness and reflection from those brightness. I want to have little rocks and bunch of crystals in these rooms so that the light can reflect from those crystals. Like I'm very deep in crystal. I love the color of crystals. I would make tons of my room on that area of the house would be on a room inspired me, like a room for inspiration. I would put like I everyone that inspires me in my life to think big, big visionaries like Elon Musk would be in there. I would put Nelson Mandela in there, and I would put Toussaint Louverture. These are people that help me think big. These are big visionaries, and these are the top three that I think of. I would put that in there, and then that would be my office in this area of my house, right? If I want to go for inspiration and thinking, that's where I go. But I want to go nuts with this, guys, and I'm not ashamed of saying it. I know people make fun of me when I say things like that, man, but I don't care. Go at it, guys, on the chat if you want to. But I'm seriously thinking about it like that. I want to have a room where I look up, man, and I see the Milky Way, just like people look up and they see the stars in the car. To me, this is way too small. It's like in a box. Nah, man. I want to go like in a wide area and have the entire roof like that. What do you guys think so far? What do you think, Simsia?
I like it. I like it, man. I mean, this is very involved. I do. You know, I've seen somebody have like a retractable roof in their bedroom. I want to say Ice T and his wife had something like that in the house at the house on Cribs, where they had a button where part of the roof comes back on their bedroom, the master bedroom. But
Mm.
I love that idea. You know, um, I'm curious. Have you figured out what type of environment most inspires you as far as your creativity? Have you been able to tap into that, or is this something you're still working on discovering?
I have. The thing is, here's I guess I'll mention it now. Here's why I'm doing all that. I had have you ever heard of a Satori moment?
Satori Moore? No, no. What is it?
Now, I didn't even know about that until last year. But that happened to me in 2016. And I had a Satori moment. And what a Satori moment is, it's when your past, your present, and your future meet at the same time in the same space. Now, that sounds crazy, but that's exactly what happened to me. And that, the way it happens to me, I mean, to be honest with you, you're going to find many definitions. None of them is going to explain me as clear, as simple as I just did. I'm telling you, trust me. None of them is people will go deep on the spiritual, but they don't need to. It's basically the past, the present, and the future meeting at the same time in space. Now, how do people do that? Most of the times with drugs, right? We're probably going to hear ayahuasca and all that, and people visualize many things. Some of them are hallucinations that gives them an outer body experience. Me, it happens just by laying on my bed, not doing anything. And why? It's because I'm bipolar. LSD, yes, absolutely. People do that with LSD. Some people even do macro LSD to unlock a little bit part of their brain. Side notes, guys, in Silicon Valley, there is such thing as nootropics and taking micro LSDs to unlock certain parts of your brain so that you can be very creative to come up with a bunch of things that you're seeing that we're taking for granted now. But there was a time people were doing that in Silicon Valley, and I think it's still being done to a certain level. It's just not talked about, right? I'm not talking about all that. Me, I'm bipolar. I went through a manic episode. When I go to depression, it triggers my moods, and my moods triggers my thoughts, and then I go to a manic episode, and that release chemicals in my brain, and somehow those chemicals were similar to taking LSD. But that happened to me in 2016, where I figured out how to. What I did figure it out is how to use it, because before it was, if I let it go rampant, I would go to the hospital, and then I would have to be sedated and all that. That happened to me once. Like the SWAT team, they walk into my house, and then they basically just tased me and brought me to a hospital for 2 weeks, right? So I figure it out, and what I figure it out is I cannot control my thoughts because they're coming so fast. My thoughts come so fast, I can't control them. All I can do is direct where I want them to go. Now, the average person, let's say, thinks 24 thoughts a second. That's the average person. Because I'm bipolar, I'm automatically more than twice the average. So my thoughts comes like 60 thoughts a second. And I come up with this unit as a way to describe it and make it easy to explain because it's super complex. But just like we have camera with frames a second, a thought is like an image and a thought per second, right? When I go to bipolar and I start being manic, it goes exponential. So I go from 60 to like 200 to like 500 to like 1,000, 2,000, etc. Right? And the more thoughts I can think of, the more I'm losing the reality, and I'm leaving into what we call a metaverse or augmented reality, where my thoughts becomes hallucinations. And then I see, and at first I even have 10 levels for it. Level 2 is average for me, and level 5 is where my thoughts become like just like an augmented reality. I see my thoughts, and then I see reality after, and I can overlay my thoughts in reality. And then level 10 is I'm 100% into that virtual world, and I'm not even looking at reality anymore. And at that point, you need to tase me, man, because I don't make any sense, right? The day that happened to me the second time is the day that I realized I was getting on level 4 of my bipolar, meanings my thoughts are talking about like 1,000 thoughts per second, and I can still see reality. That's the day I also saw that roof that I'm telling you. What happened is I was noticing this happen to me, and I realized, oh, if I don't control my thoughts, I'm going to go to the hospital. How do I control it? The minute I say, how do I control it? I saw an image that said that it wasn't even an image anymore. It became a video that showed me that I was on a river that was pushing me towards the hospital. And then I was trying to swim. I couldn't. And then all of a sudden, I saw those bags of sand near the on the side of the river. So I managed to swim on the side, and I put a barrage, and then those water couldn't push me anymore. It was hitting the sand and it was going away. And that was my mind talking to me, telling me how to control my thoughts. What I got from that was I can I cannot stop my thoughts, but I can direct where they go. All right. And the day I figured that out, the next question I ask is, how do I find my purpose? And man, who all these thoughts rearrange themselves. I saw literally the past, the present, and then when I add together, it showed me what was the future going to be like. I made a video going in details what I saw the future was going to be like. But to keep it in a nutshell, um, we're going to have a crisis of depression in the year 2056. I literally saw a vision where the president was declaring a state of emergency because the suicide rate had rose to 300%. Everyone was leaving. Almost everyone that I saw was single. I actually did not see one person that wasn't a couple. Everyone was single, men and women, regardless of their age, and each of them were connected to a device like that would, I think it's the metaverse, but it was an holographic device that basically were making them drool in real life, but they were taking some sort of mental simulation from that. And what I got from that is humans were being disconnected with their heart, and they were living in their mind, only living for stimulation and a virtual world. And the way I realized that, I realized basically, so to answer back your question, how do I work? Now, after that happened to me, right? I was still in a vibe where I'm like, I can still think, but I can still think of rational things. And I realized when I think of people that are motivating me, like Elon Musk, like Nelson Mandela, like Toussaint Louverture, I try to be the combination of all these three people into one person. And when I operate in that level, I want the reason why I want that dream, that house, is because I want the outside world to trigger that state that I was in when I was able to control my massive thoughts. I want to look at something to invoke an emotion, to start thinking about it, and then I can control and direct where I want it to go. Because when I operate in that state, I understand when Kanye West is telling people that he feels he's a genius. Because that state, imagine the human being thinking 24 thoughts a second. I'm telling you, I can do thousands. Your thoughts are image, my thoughts are videos that I can fast forward at any speed that I want. It's no different. I mean, it's different, but it's exact. I understand perfectly what Albert Einstein was saying when he was in a subway. I think it was in a bus, and he was looking at a clock very far away. And that's how he got the theory of relativity, because he was simulating going at an extremely high speed, talking about like molecule clashing speed, right? And he was visualizing that and trying to understand the time factor of all that. And then he was able to generate all that with his mind, right? His mind was so different that people were like, after his death, people were like breaking down his mind and figuring out. I don't think I'm that level, but I think there is something in my mind that is higher than the average, that works in a way where it allows me to think differently. It allows me to expand my imagination. And if I can trigger that and control that, I'll be able to achieve a lot of things, because operating on that level is, whoo, man. Uh, in that level, it took me 5 minutes to come up with an idea on how to reduce electricity by half, the cost of electricity by half, because I was in that idea, on that mind frame. I even applied for a patent on this idea. It was a very simple idea. Apparently, no one did it. I'm like, are you serious? Like, but I had no fun. I had no money to make it happen. My first business my first official business corporation was a startup. I tried to make that idea a reality. And when I don't, it makes me super sad. But that's why I'm saying I want that team. I want the money. I want the team. I want the ability to think and to find a way to get paid for my thoughts. If I can make it into a reality and sell it, or make a revenue out of it, it's the idea I'll be able to generate on a massive scale, on a macro scale, on a countrywide perspective would be limitless. And a house like that will definitely inspire me to do it. But anyway, anything you had to mention on that?
Wow, wow, man. I don't know much about people who are bipolar. I'm not one who claims to know about the various different types of people. I'm still just working on just understanding and getting a better handle of myself. And one thing that I can relate to that you mentioned is that you found yourself. So for me, I've had similar experiences, but I used to watch a lot of movies, and part of the reason why I watched the movies is because I was interested in figuring out some kind of way to escape my reality, right? So I would watch movies in order for me to be able to fantasize about like maybe altered states in our lives, altered states in our existence. And so, movies, sci-fi movies allow me to kind of explore and entertain that. So I've had instances where I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase where they say that, deja vu is when your like a, your past and your present consciousness cross paths or something like that. It's like they overlap, and so that's why you have an instance where you say, "Man, I've been here before. I know what's getting ready to happen," and then
Yeah. I had tons of these. Trust me, I know. I even go beyond deja vu. I have, again, because I'm bipolar, it's easier for me to get. I go with lucid dreaming. Someone asked me, do I dream all that? There was a time I could even control my own dreams. I could literally see some things and then replicate it in my dreams and then live in it. So what you were saying that you wanted to do movie for, you wanted to look at a movie to escape your reality, I could do that after watching a movie, replicate that in my dream, and then live in it and express and have those emotions as I'm living in it. It's crazy, I know, but it's something I
nah,
can do.
nah, I don't think it's crazy. I have noticed with myself if I'm stressed out about something or if I have something that's heavy on my mind, that then my thoughts will end up influencing what I dream about. And I find myself if it's something that's heavy on my mind, those things that I'm thinking about before I go to sleep will end up in my dreams. Um, but our brains are a mystery, and I think it could be said that maybe like the diagnosis that we actually have for people, they could be maybe just like a misalignment where they actually are like maybe like a suppression mechanism that allows you, I mean, it reduces your creative state and keeps you from being at a place where you can maybe like be at like a genius level in innovation or maybe even productivity. So I don't
Yeah,
know. It's hard to tell.
to be honest with you, when I was going through that, I was honestly after I got through that and I was thinking about everything I went through and all that, I was thinking, man, at that time, I think I was probably using 20% of my brain, but it was definitely not the average 10%. But man, what can be done in that stage is ridiculous. And honestly, I want a house and ever since that happened to me, I said, man, the day I find a way to master this, to go at will on that stage or even half of that stage, and you just for 5 minutes without taking any drugs or anything like that, and leaving there and finding a solution, because you can find a solution to anything in this realm. I actually truly believe that. Just have to focus your mind strong enough there. But I want a house. And to me, nothing would bring me more happiness than using my brain, my power, finding what most people think is a disadvantage, using that as an advantage to solve world's problem. And the world I want to solve is not the entire world, it's just Haiti, man. just Haiti. And I already have a solution on what I want to do, because when that world becomes true, the world of depression that I saw in the future, when that comes true, I'm going to use Haiti as a way to solve it. I'm going to create resorts. Again, that's why I need business. That's why I need people to and people to, and also I want to have a network of investors that can tap into it. I always have this team picture of 100 black men that is able to put $100 million for investment. And I think with 100 black men, 100 million, I can change a lot, a lot. So I want to have my own money, and I want to have be able to lead at least 100 black men to achieve things in Africa, to achieve things in Haiti. And one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to design a resort across the country, at least 5 of them, that is designed to solve that depression problem that the world is going to have, and increase the, and basically raise Haiti in a map in a process. So I literally saw myself doing that. I saw myself doing that, and that's the world. That's the day I found my life purpose, man.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
so,
Let me ask you one question before I let you go to the chat. Hey, so are you familiar with I want to say binaural beats or binaural beats? Are you familiar with that?
the beats, yeah,
You familiar with them?
yeah.
And you know, like the various different frequency levels for like various levels of I don't even say focus or maybe concentration.
Mm,
Um, I don't know. Me, I found that me listening to those has contributed positively to my like productiveness, especially as it pertains to like focus and removing procrastination. And I found myself like in a high productive environment as a result of me listening to them. I didn't know how it's impacted you, or if that's something that you've ever explored before.
yeah, me honestly, I tried. The only thing, I have a huge problem with focus. One of the advantage for me is my mind is beautiful at coming up with ideas, being all that. But the inconvenience is super hard focusing on one thing. Super hard. Super. One of the shout out to there was a guy in the chat earlier saying that I don't sleep at night. One of the reason why I don't sleep is because I refuse to go to sleep until I finish my task for the day. And the thing is, I'm fighting because I want to finish my task for the day. I'm super tired and I refuse to go to sleep, but I'm also fighting procrastination. And and then I'm like, but and if I'm hungry, I'm not going to eat. I'm going to force myself to finish this before. And to be honest with you, that's how I've been surviving, man. That's how I've been getting things done when it comes to graduating, doing my homework, doing my at school, university, jobs. That's how, man. I've reckless that way. That's why I want a team. That's why I'm desperate to want a team, because that would free myself from um the way I imprison myself to achieve bare minimum things. Things that might take you an hour might take me 6, because I really struggle with focusing. And it's not helpful a lot, especially with YouTube. It's so easy to be distracted. Binaural Beats does not work for me. The only thing that usually work for me is not eating and take nootropics. There was a nootropics. I had a store once that was selling online products, and then we were selling nootropics. Jensen, for example, ashwagandha, or many of them. These things are natural products that works for me, but I also have to be very worried about that, because um, to make sure I don't abuse it, because coffee also could trigger my bipolar, and then I'm playing with very risky, so I'm trying not to depend on it too much, and I don't know the effect of long-term use for that. So but for me, it doesn't work. But you really have to go with what works for you, right? But that's where you have to know your strengths, you have to know your weakness, and you have to go around um and find a strategy. But man, that's one of the reasons why I want that team and I want that assistant, man.
Yeah. I had a classmate that introduced me to nootropics. Maybe in 2012, 13, maybe it was 14. He introduced me to them, and then not too long after, I went to a vitamin shop, and the guy recommended some other ones that were maybe less. I don't know if I'd say invasive, but he just recommended some that were a little bit better. But I was inspired by that movie, Limitless, and me seeking out an opportunity to like tap into my brain at a higher
Yeah,
level.
that works for me. But I mean, who knows if that's true, right? But nootropics is kind of like a very very small version of what that pill in Limitless NZT, right? Shout out to you. We had signing ish. Hopefully, I have a stream schedule for tomorrow. Basically, well, it's tonight, right? Tonight at 9 p.m. So if you're still here, we'll connect. We'll connect together. It's how to make business in China, basically. We'll do it. Shout out to you for that. Shout out to you, J Bones, and everyone. Yeah, ashwagandha. It's one of the nootropics that works very well on me. I had this pill that I take. It's a mix of many different nootropics, but it was very strong in ashwagandha, and that works for me. That helps me focus. And if I drink it as a coffee, it's even more efficient. There was a coffee that I had that mixed all that together. If you want, I can share you the link later of where I buy it. But I haven't bought it in a while, and now I really struggle with focus. But that's why I don't sleep, man. I don't sleep because refuse to go to sleep until I meet my targets for the day. And yeah, sometimes it could last 3, 4, 5 in the morning, especially if I don't have to work. So the next day I'm on vacation now for my work. So if I had to work, it would more incentive to keep me focused and be like, okay, if I don't sleep now, I won't be able to wake up. And I'm like, all right, let me do it. That's how it takes me, man. But it's very easy. I think effortless. It's I have to stop myself from thinking. I always think. I have to make a conscious decision to not think and go to sleep. Whereas, so that's why I want to get paid for my thoughts, because it's so easy for me to do it. And if I can inspire myself and surround myself in the perfect environment to bring the best thoughts, the most purest thoughts, yes, that would be ideal. I want to jump very quickly because we got to close this stream at some point. Um, that was great, very good points given. Thank you very much. 10 a.m. for me. Yes, confirmed. No worries. We got to close the stream. I want to show you guys what I have so far on my vision board. So I found this picture of Mayweather, right? This is the picture here. He has a Gulf Stream behind, but I think for the purpose of this um, vision board, we'll use it. I love that he puts his most expensive cars and in the jet. I want that picture. Guys, I want that picture. And that's why I'm putting that picture kind of like big enough so that I can see it, but at the end of the road. And nothing drives me more than that picture. Looking at the sunset, you don't see his face, so you don't know if it's him, but I'll put my face and I know it's me. And that's my vision right here. That picture right here, to me, cars symbolize freedom too. One of the things I do, guys, when I want to think and live in my own world, is I go drive around. What I do, guys, and it's weird how my mind works, but the windshield that I have to look to the reality, I find ways to visualize my thoughts and put it in the windshield. And then as I'm driving, I'm also looking at my ideas. And one things I love to do is I used to travel from Toronto to Montreal, and around that time, that's when I generate the best ideas, the best thoughts. How do I approach my business? What do I want to do in my future? If I'm listening to an audiobook, it's the best way I learn. Audiobook. I visualize the audio that I'm listening into the windshield, and then I try to run simulation as I'm listening to my audiobook. So I love cars. I love cars. It symbolizes freedom, and not just freedom from this world, It's freedom from my own mind as well. And I love expensive cars, guys. You guys know this. I spent tons and tons of money. If I didn't spend any money in cars, I would be a millionaire already because I would invest that money and multiply it. So that's what I want to do at the end of the road, guys. So here's a recap. And when you make your vision board, put it with image that evoke a certain emotion in you. Something that no matter how hard the road is, you're willing to stand up and continue the road because you want that so bad. It it symbolizes, it can be something physical like a plane, a car, a house, but it try to have a deeper meaning with that. Why do you want it? And try to find a picture or a word or a sentence that symbolize the why you want it so bad. All right. Uh, and me, the way I designed my vision board is I have the road. Now, one thing I didn't put is I'll put that later, but I'll put a business here, and then I'll put the word $1,000 a day. That's something I want to achieve in my life. I want to achieve $365 a year, which is basically $1,000 a day. And I want to do that after tax. That's what I want to achieve. Right. So I just put the text here to remind me to do so I can I can do it later. Like I'll post the finished product on my community tab if you guys want to see it later. But I'll play around with it tonight. But I think you got the gist of it, right? You got the gist of it. $1,000 per day. Imagine doing that. Imagine how many people you know are saying they can get $1,000 per day. It's Cynthia.
Man, not so many people. Not so many people achieving that.
Yeah.
So that's admirable.
So
But in order for you to get there, what's the first step to that? What is it? $100 a day?
well, yeah, I guess I'm there already. But yeah, you know, you got first you gotta get $1,000, $100 a day, then $1,000 a day, and then maybe around that road you might have $10,000 a day. Because if you make 3.65 million a year, right? If you make 3.65 million a year, that is $10,000 a day. So that could be down the road, right? And year it's day. And man, I would love to be able to say I made $1,000 a day. Now, notice, happiness is reality minus expectation. Am I fine if I don't achieve any of that? I'm still happy because every day, even though I haven't reached this goal here, which is 1,000 subscribers and putting 80 on the map, I'm still doing the work, and the work itself keeps me happy. As long as I can do the work, I would be not. I mean, if I couldn't do the work anymore, then yes, that would bring me sadness. But if I can do the work to get there, that alone, I'm happy with that. But I'm doing my vision board so that I can, and that's why I choose the road. I choose the road to fall in love with the work it takes to get to the 100,000 subscribers, even though English is not my first language. I talk with an accent. I do a lot of ums, right? And I have to work on myself to do a lot of things and to achieve that. This is not a simple goal to achieve. And then after, I'm going to have to do businesses so that I can get $1,000 per day. It's going to take a long time for me to do that, and not necessarily a long time, but it's going to take me a lot of effort, a lot of sleepless night to get to there, right? But that's the road. That's the road I'm here. And until I get there, before I get to this, I need to have this, the $10,000 per day. And I'll put a different font so that you can see it. And then after, I can do this. I can have the team. I can have the plane. I can have multiple houses and multiple expensive cars. And all of these images are things that really resonates with me. So the vision board should include things, words, image that symbolize symbolize emotion of hope and happiness in you, something that keeps you drive when you get hit with something hard in your life. You look at this image and you're like, I want to keep going and walk that road. That's the purpose of the vision board. Now, many these each of these pictures, it takes several goals to achieve one of these pictures. By the time I make 1,000 subscribers in my YouTube channel, I would have to make 1,000 videos, and maybe I'll get to 10,000 subscribers. You see? So that's a goal. So I'm gonna have to make many goals before I even achieve one. So if I'm doing a yearly goal, a yearly list, then I'm going to focus on the first thing. But I know where I'm at. I know before I start focusing on this and this, I need to focus on that. Right? It gives me a sense of, okay, knowing where you are and when to focus. Then once I understand, once I have this, I'm going to start doing the team. Maybe I won't be hire the 12 disciples, but maybe I'll be able to hire one of them, the assistant, right? And then maybe I'll go to here and I can hire 2 or 3, and then slowly and increase my income until I can really have the 12 efficient guys that I'm going to travel around the world with and start building things. And then maybe after I build a couple of things, I'll be able to achieve that, and then I'll be able to achieve that, and then I'll be able to achieve that. But that plane is heading towards Haiti, guys. I say to the beyond, and I don't want to specify just Haiti, but that sun right here to me is leaning on Haiti, and I want that plane to at least go to Haiti and to build that thing I told you about, that resort that's going to help the world cleanse all that depression that they have. They were going to help them reconnect with their heart as opposed to live in their mind. That's what I want to achieve. That is my bigger vision before I die, right? Again, I would see this picture at 5 years old, and I'm seeing this picture on my dying bed, and I'm going to have the same excitement coming from it. That is the purpose of the vision. Maybe if I modify that picture next year just to make it better in terms of how it looks, maybe I'm going to have a different image at the end of the road or somewhere in between that. But it's not something, the main gist of it is there. All right. And that's how you work on your vision. And I'm going to print it and I'm going to put it somewhere I see it. It's going to be my wallpaper at some point. Like, that's what I'm saying. All right. So what do you guys think on the chats? Do you have any last words, Simsia, before we close the stream?
Man, I appreciate you bringing me along on your journey. You know, this gave me an opportunity to see a master vision board session over here. And man, thanks a lot for sharing the things that you've experienced, and maybe, excuse me, not even maybe, and also the some of the visions that you see for yourself and for the world. Ultimately, you know, it's very possible that we're going to find ourselves where people are going to be more mentally stimulated and not going to be connected with the life that they're living today. You know, I said to my friend this. I said this to my counterpart the other day. What if movies are advertisements for the life that we could be living in the future? In order to introduce us to the idea or the vision that they have for us going into the future. You know, and when I thought about it, and then I recalled the movie I was on. I think we had just gone off the stream. I was on Uncle Stu's stream, and I said, what we're talking about right now with the metaverse sounds a lot like what I saw in the movie Ready Player One.
Exactly. By the way, you keep talking. Gabriel, I'm going to show you how I did that, but Simsia, keep talking.
And then I look back to see when Ready Player One came out. It came out in 2018, right? So 2018, this idea is introduced to us where you're living in a impoverished environment in your real life, but online you have this personality and you're a big persona and you're doing all these amazing things, but then in your real life you're not doing anything. You just really just relegated to living within your means or living with the circumstances that you have before you. And I started kind of entertaining and seeing how the metaverse was being introduced to us. And I
Mhm.
said, this seems like alignment to me, you know? And one of my partners told me a long time ago, he said that movies tell us the truth as a fictional story in order for it to be shared with the populace in a way that's not going to be shocking and won't scare people, you know?
Mm.
So I thought that was wild. And then something funny happened today, right? So I'm outside getting something out of my car, and one neighbor, children, right? They're like 10 years old. One neighbor is yelling to the other neighbor across the street, talking to them about what they got for Christmas, right? And so one guy says, "Hey, what game did you get for your Oculus?" Right? And then one of the guys is sharing, "Hey, I got this game and that game and this game and that game." And then the other guy is saying, "Oh, but did you get this game also?" "Oh yeah, I got that game too." Right? So here we are. We have these preteens, these young children
Mhm.
who are being introduced to this VR world. And by the time that they're teenagers, it's going to be commonplace for them to live in a place here
Mm.
and not to live here in their bodies, you know?
Mm.
And I also remember even a couple of years ago, I'm going to say this and I'm going to let you go. I remember a couple of years ago, they specifically said with these VR units, do not expose children who are 12 years old or under 12 years old to this technology because it's not designed for them. I think maybe I'm thinking about maybe the Microsoft store had that stipulation that said children under 12 are not supposed to be exposed to this. But guess what's happening either through parents or through just the technology overall? They're going to be introduced to this, and this is where they're going to live. You know?
Yeah, man. The parents just want to please the kid, right? The kid is telling you every day, "Hey, buy this for me, buy this for me." The parents are not really going to do their deep research like that, man. But man, that world that I saw, you know what I believe? I don't believe that I saw the future as if I was having some gift of watching on a crystal ball. That's not what I think happened. What I think happened was, remember I told you my past and present meet at the same time. But and go watch my video if you want to go deeper about that because I really explained what was going on in my mind. But my mind was looking at all my image, every image that I looked in my past, every image and every thought that I thought about, it was finding a pattern and it was linking those patterns together. And I'm talking about like we were going as far as the Egyptian time all the way to the present. And then he was finding a pattern. And based on this pattern, I'm looking at the present and I'm like, holy shit, this is what's going to happen. So I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. Like we are adults now. We don't even think of Oculus and game anymore. But the kids right now, I remember when I was a kid, man, all I could think about was the Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, right? That's all I was thinking about. And just like the social media, you see how the impact of social media in our current generation right now, how the millennials with dating, how right, the millennials with happiness, with their life expectation, and now we're going to imagine that 10 times worse with the metaverse. I'm telling you, 2056, this is exactly where those kids are going to become adults, and then they're going to live with the effect of all this world. So it's going to line up exactly with what I said, and that's why I'm taking it like, okay, let's prepare for that future because there is a strong chance it happens. It's not a crystal ball that I saw. It's literally a pattern recognition, and people are seeing that every day. And you're right. I agree with you. Black mirrors. If you look at Black Mirror, you will know exactly what you said is true. it's not even a conspiracy theory anymore, because 20 years ago when I was saying that, people said I was a conspiracy theory. Now, when Black Mirror showed up, it proved everyone that I was right. Black Mirror is literally trying to showing you on an ethical perspective how you should accept these technologies. Man, just go watch. Have you watched Black Mirror?
Man, that's the interactive show, right?
Man, if you had watched Black Mirror, you would know.
I mean, I've seen. I want to say that there was a show where you had to respond. You had to choose path A or path B, but that might not be it, man. Like, to be really honest, man, there's some stuff that's just a little bit too much for me right now, man.
I agree. But all I got to say is, because we got to wrap it up too, but all I got to say is, man, go check just one season of Black Mirror. Just one season of Black Mirror, and you will see exactly what you just said. You would see it display in a screen, and they're forcing you having that discussion because they know what's coming, and they know the exact example that was shown on Black Mirror will happen should the technology be unlocked. All right, that's exactly what the purpose of the show was. That's why I'm telling you need to show this. And everyone that was calling me a conspiracy theory, they stopped the minute they saw 2 episodes of Black Mirrors. This is how deep Black Mirror is, man. But anyway, all that to say, man, we got to wrap it up. We had the first part that was talking briefly about the vision board, what you should include in it. The second part, we designed our vision board together. I include a lot of things in it. I'll print it at some point. I'll go finish it tonight, and I'll post it on the community post. Thank you very much for still being with me. I see we still have 14 people here. Thank you very much. Make sure you hit the like button as well. And tomorrow on Monday night, which will be Tuesday morning for We Ain't Signing Ish, we're also having another stream. So make sure you connect with that one. And thank you again, Samsia, for joining on the panel and getting on this journey with me, and maybe getting inspired, because I know when you first came in, you're telling me that you're not the vision type of guy, but I think there is value in it. All right, I think there is value in it, and having gone through many things that would basically stop me in my journey, it was always this house, it was always the plane, it was always the car that kept me moving, that kept me trying it again, and putting all that in one image and getting inspiration, making it easier to connect with that image. There is definitely value in that. So I hope you work on your stream on your vision board. You're welcome to come and share it with me at any time, and we can talk about it. And with that said, we'll close the stream. Any last words?
Thank you for bringing me up. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure. Shout out to the chat. I saw that you all were responding to many of the things that we're discussing. This is great. I love this. I'm going to come back and rewatch it when I'm working on my vision board. I mean, it's time. It's maybe been close to like 10 years since I've done one, so I'm due for one. I can do some pivoting and have some concrete ideas though. But I'm inspired by what you shared today, so I definitely.
Thank you very much. And it's very therapeutic because it forces you to look deep in yourself, what you really want, and it can really expose some things you may not have considered yet. But I really recommend you guys do it. And it may look easy because I just did it like that, but I've been thinking about it for years, guys, years. So it's easy for me to just come bringing my idea into that picture. But this is years of thoughts in the making here. So start on it, get into it, and do the work. Wealth engineering, guys, engineering your wealth, so you could engineer the life of your dreams. And with that said, we'll close the stream and we'll connect on the next one. See you guys.
JC, bring that fire, mentally taking you higher. Get the cash flow that you desire. Building that wealth, I should call you sire. You about to run it, I know it. We steady growing, this is the moment. You gotta subscribe, cause you don't wanna miss it. Wealth engineering, it's time to get it. Wealth engineering, stacking and stacking it up. It's time to generate wealth, till you living like Scrooge McDuck. Hey, wealth engineering, it's time to show you the game. Till you living like Richie Rich, till you ballin' like Bruce Wayne. Hey.